Chapter 1470. Rank card? Rin, Ruvia, Iria, and Mio flinched when they saw Wu Yan taking out a card at this critical juncture. What's wrong? Rin and Osaka frowned. Don't tell me you have a rank card that can deal with the Berserker's noble phantasm? No. Wu Yan answered without hesitation. At the very least, none of the rank cards I have are directly effective against a Berserker's noble relic. Huh? Livia opened her mouth in shock. Then why did you take out a rank card now? I have an idea. Tightening his grip on the class card, he looked at the Berserker who is fighting with Hinajaku and Mikoto and said so. Perhaps, we can take care of the Berserker in one go. Take care of the Berserker in one go? Rin Enben and the others looked at each other. At the same time, there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Was there really a way to take care of the Berserker in front of them? Wu Yan, Nei, do you need my help? Mio raised the sapphire wand in her hand. I can help you to activate your rank card. There's still me. Compared to Meiyu, Ilya was a little hesitant. It seemed that this should be the residual effect of the death threat that the Berserker brought to her. However, Ilya still raised her ruby wand and chose to step forward bravely. It was only natural that the two magical girls would step forward at this time. After all, if they wanted to use the rank card to activate the noble phantasm corresponding to the rank card, they would need to use a noble phantasm. They would need a magic attire as a medium. And it would need to be a special magic attire. For example, rubies and sapphires could not only provide the owner with unlimited mana, but they could also attack according to the owner's imagination. This property was very similar to the noble phantoms that were born from the belief and fantasy of humans as the framework. It was known as the noble phantoms. As such, the two wands could be used as a special, magic attire, and the rank card could be used as a pass to the seat of heroic spirits to materialize the heroic spirits' treasures. As for Wu Yan, he didn't seem to have such a special, magic attire, right? Don't worry. However, Wu Yan shook his head and refused, looking at the card in his hand. He smiled. Since magic attire can be used as a medium, magic power, which all magic tricks, magic attire, and even spells rely on, can be used as a medium to unfold the class card, right? Using mana as a medium? Rin Enben and the others were stunned. Are you alright? That's... Rin said without hesitation. The magic attire can be used as a medium for the materialization of relics because the relics of the heroic spirits need to be attached to the attire. With the help of its form, it could display its proper posture. Magic power did not have a physical body, nor did it have a physical body. How could it be used as a medium by a tangible noble artifact to possess a body and materialize it? Then, what about materializing magic power? Wu Yan chuckled in a leisurely manner. Materialize magic power and condense it into a physical body. Then, it can be used as a medium, right? Are you crazy? Rin Enben shouted in disbelief. Materialize your own magic power, connect to the seat of heroic spirits with a class card, and then summon the noble artifact to materialize it. The amount of magic power required for this process would drain a magician who is 100 times or 1,000 times more powerful than a normal magician in just a second. Do you want to die? Of course, he wouldn't die when his magic power was depleted. However, once his magic power was depleted, he would lose his magic power. It would absorb the user's mental strength and life force and convert them into magic power. The result would be a decrease in lifespan, disability, or even death. Not to mention, before that, Wu Yan had to materialize his magic power. That would require a large amount of magic power to support it. One could imagine how shocked Rin Enben and the others were when they found out that Wu Yan planned to use his magic power as a medium. Wasn't this a gamble with his life? However, Wu Yan didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, he showed an arrogant expression. I'm sorry, the magic power on his body suddenly expanded and turned into a sound wave. With Wu Yan as the center, it spread in all directions. I don't have much, but I have more magic power and life force than you can imagine. With that, Wu Wu Yan's hand that was holding the class card released a shocking amount of magic power. It condensed into a vortex and wrapped around the entire class card. Class card, Saber, Sword Soldier, limited activation. In the next moment, the class card turned into a ray of light. Amidst the light, the surging mana continued to emerge from it, spreading in the space like ripples. The card that turned into a ray of light gradually elongated in Wu Yan's hand. It set off waves of light that filled the sky above the mirror realm. Finally, the light dissipated and the class card disappeared from Wu Yan's hand. It was replaced by a sword. A sacred sword that looked like it was forged from gold. The body of the sword was as bright as silver. The blade of the sword was solid gold and the hilt was dark blue like a gem. Excalibur, Excalibur. Holding the hilt of Excalibur tightly, Wu Yan took a deep breath and stared at the berserker. In the next moment, the sacred sword was surrounded by golden light and white feathers that emitted a soft light. With a rise and fall, they wrapped around the sacred sword. The sacred sword shone brightly. Chuju. Mikoto. Wu Yan's voice clearly entered the ears of the two girls who were fighting the berserker. There was no need for too many words. A simple sentence was enough for Chuju and Mikoto to understand. With a leap, they retreated and left the berserker. It was as if a light voice was ringing in everyone's heart. Wu Yan held the sacred sword's hilt with both hands and raised it above his head. Then, the sacred sword turned into a ray of light that spewed out golden energy waves. Excalibur, Excalibur, roar, the true name of Excalibur, Excalibur, and the berserker's roar echoed in the mirror realm at the same time. Then, a golden ray of light shook the atmosphere and broke through the ground. It flashed like a laser beam and landed on the berserker. Boom! The berserker didn't even have time to turn around to look for the enemy he was fighting just a second ago. His vision was filled with a bright light. Then, his huge body was completely swallowed by the light ray. He couldn't even be seen anymore. Roar! Amidst the golden light interruption, the berserker's agonizing howl came from within. It was gradually weakened by the impact of the light beam, and in the end, the berserker was propelled into the sky by the light beam. Bang! The light ray crashed into the arc mirror that covered the sky. It was like a meteor crashing into the ground, causing a deafening explosion. Under the watchful eyes of the people on the rooftop, the arc mirror in the sky was destroyed by the golden light ray. It shattered into pieces and scattered all over the sky. Wu Yan and the others' hearts were in their throats. If Excalibur's strike directly destroyed the mirror realm, all they could do was to run. Fortunately, the situation they imagined didn't happen. The golden light ray on the light ray gradually dimmed. Its power also slowly decreased until it turned into a speck of light and disappeared from the sky. In the sky, the arc mirror was full of holes and tattered. At the corner of the mirror that was riddled with holes, the huge body of the berserker was charred black and emitting smoke. Even his skin was burnt into a mess. He looked like a plane that crashed and fell to the ground on the rooftop. Chapter 1471. Bam! The berserker fell heavily on the rooftop with smoke all over his body, causing a heavy thud and a thick cloud of dust that shrouded his ridiculously huge body. The group of girls first glanced at the thick smoke and dust in front of them before shifting their gazes to the sky. They looked at the arc light mirror that was riddled with holes and shards that were still falling from it. They were secretly shocked in their hearts. One had to admit that the power of Excalibur was unimaginable. If it were to land directly on this building, the entire building would be destroyed in an instant. Even if they were to attack the sky, judging from the current situation, as long as they use the Excalibur again and release the true name of the Excalibur, the sky that was riddled with holes won't be able to hold on. At that time, the entire mirror world would shatter as well, right? It's no wonder Wu Yan was so restrained and didn't use powerful spells to deal with the berserker. This space is too small, it's inconvenient for them to fight. If the opponent was of a berserker, who only used brute force to attack, it would be fine. If the opponent this time was a saber, caster, or even a rider, who rode a Pegasus, this space would have been long gone. Once this space is destroyed, they can only escape from the mirror realm and leave the heroic spirits in the mirror realm to fend for themselves. They won't be able to obtain a rank card anymore. This is something that can't happen no matter what. At least, that's the case for Wu Yan's group. Did it work? Ilya held her ruby staff tightly. Her eyes were filled with nervousness as she looked at the smoke in front of her. No one answered Ilya's question. That's because they have the same doubts in their hearts. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the smoke in front of them. Their eyes and faces were more or less filled with nervousness and anticipation. They're looking forward to the berserker being dealt with just like that. Only Wu Yan's wine-red eyes glowed. His body tensed up and the hand that held the holy sword also tightened. Inside his body, his magic power quietly revolved. Roar! Right at this moment, a deep roar sounded from the smoke in front of them. The girls' pupils shrunk and a grave and shocked expression appeared on their faces. Roar! Not long after, a second roar sounded. This roar sounded like the howl of a wild beast. It was filled with power and turned into a gust of wind that blew away the smoke in front of them. What entered the girls' eyes was a fiery red light. Just like when the 12 Trials regeneration effect was triggered and the berserker came back to life, the berserker in front of them straightened his body. His eyes flashed with a bloody light, and the muscles on his body were like scalding iron. The scorching red color was all over the berserker. In that fiery red light, the berserker's huge body that was riddled with scars slowly recovered. How is this possible? Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio all had a look of fear in their eyes. Even Hinajaku and Mikoto's faces darkened, their brows furrowed. An unkillable enemy. An unkillable enemy. Furthermore, every time he dies, he will be immune to the same attack and Sacred Sword's true name liberation will no longer take effect. On top of that, it's on the verge of collapse. The mirror world that could shatter at any moment is firmly restricting everyone's means. How are we supposed to fight this? Roar! A ferocious roar came from the berserker's mouth. It was as if the berserker's roar wanted to shatter the last bit of fighting spirit in the girls' hearts. It caused the atmosphere to tremble and the space to tremble. Under such circumstances, the girls already had thoughts of retreating. Only one person made a move. Suddenly, he faced the sky and roared. Under the berserker's body covered in fiery red light, a figure flashed out from the void and arrived in front of the berserker. I am waiting. His wine-red eyes flashed with radiance as if victory is already in his grasp. Wu Yan raised his hand. This is the moment. Following such a declaration, a white flame suddenly ignited on Wu Yan's raised hand and covered his entire hand. At the same time, the berserker seemed to have sensed danger. Its roar came to an abrupt halt, and its huge eyes widened to the maximum. Ha! Not giving the berserker time to react, with a cold shout, Wu Yan extended his hand that was burning with white flames, forming a sharp spike. Under the illumination of the white flames, the spike shot out like a laser beam, abruptly flashing. Not far away, the girls only saw a flash of white light in Wu Yan's hand before disappearing. Puchi! Then, a tearing sound entered everyone's ears. Roar! The hand blade that was burning with white flames easily pierced through the berserker's steel-like body as if it was cutting through paper. It pierced through the berserker's chest, causing the berserker's ferocious roar to be filled with indescribable pain. Blood flowed out from the hole in his chest, but it was instantly burned by the white flame that covered the hand blade. Blood also flowed out from the corner of the berserker's mouth, causing his eyes to be filled with madness. Roar! The fiery red body is still recovering. The effect of the 12 trials is still in effect. The berserker who hasn't fully recovered reacted as if he was struck by lightning. He swung his heavy fist and fiercely smashed it on Wu Yan's body. Bang! Humph! Wu Yan let out a muffled groan. As if he was hit by a mountain, his body bounced back heavily and quickly smashed into a wall. Then, he fell to the ground with gravel all over his body. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yan stabilized his body in time and landed on one knee in a sorry state. He held his chest and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Yen. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. Big brother. Wu Yan and Isan. Ilya and Mayu also cried out in panic. Even Rin, Enbin and Livia were shocked. The girls quickly ran to Wu Yan's side. Mikoto and Shiju blocked in front of Wu Yan with a gloomy expression, guarding against the berserker who might chase after him. Ilya and Mayu supported Wu Yan on both sides. I'm fine. Wu Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stopped the two girls from supporting him. He stood up from the ground. The berserker's punch was unimaginably heavy. Even with the true ancestor's strong body, Wu Yan almost lost half his life. But that's it. Everything is worth it, let's retreat. Rin, Enbin and Livia shouted in unison. We can't win against a monster like that. No. Without waiting for the other girls to express their opinion, Wu Yan grinned. We've already won. Hearing this, all the girls were stunned. But Hinajaku and Mikoto, who were standing in front of everyone and guarding against the berserker, noticed. In front of him, the berserker stood motionless in the same spot. Even the light in his eyes had dimmed. There wasn't a trace of light in his eyes, just like a statue. What's wrong? The group of girls shifted their gazes to the berserker, who seemed a little strange. Their surprise was not concealed at all, and it was completely exposed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the berserker made his move. Its huge arms drooped down, and its head also drooped down. Its entire body leaned forward, and slowly fell to the ground. The fiery red luster on his body that represented the activation of the 12 trials regeneration effect disappeared completely. The berserker's body also slowly turned into ashes. Berserker, dead. Chapter 1472. Looking at the berserker's huge body that was slowly falling to the ground and gradually turning into ashes, everyone at the scene couldn't react in time. Amidst the flying ash, the rank card also slowly emerged. However, looking at the class card that they had been dreaming of, none of them snapped out of their daze and went forward to retrieve it. What was going on? Why did my opponent suddenly die? Could it be that he can no longer revive? A series of questions crawled into the hearts of many young girls, causing them to be stunned for a while, unable to react for a long time. Upon seeing this, Wu Yan shrugged. He lifted his leg and went forward to retrieve the class card that was floating in the air. On the surface of the card, there was a picture of a crazy warrior holding a great sword. Right below the picture, there was a line of words that read Berserker. It flashed with a golden luster as if it was alive, announcing the end of the battle. Class card, Berserker, a card made with extremely advanced magic theory. It has the magical ability to trigger the power of a certain heroic spirit that corresponds to the card's class card. The method of usage is as follows: limited expansion, with the magic attire as the medium, the class card as the pass to the heroic spirit's seat. Materialize the heroic spirit's relic that corresponds to the class card and can be used for a short period of time. Note, this class card is called Berserker. The corresponding heroic spirit's relic is Kill 100. Parallel limited expansion, with multiple magic attire as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroes. Multiple heroic spirits relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized. The same relic can be materialized repeatedly. This is the overlapping expansion mode of limited expansion. Note, this job class card is called Berserker. The corresponding heroic spirit's relic is Kill 100. Dream summoning, with the user as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits. The user can summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the class card and materialize it on the user's body. The user can turn into a heroic spirit and obtain the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the class card. Note, this job class card is called Berserker. The corresponding heroic spirit is the greatest and most famous hero in ancient Greek mythology, Hercules. Kill 100 heads, a relic used to kill the immortal Hydra in the past. It was shaped like a bow and arrow and was Hercules' most trusted relic. After killing the Hydra, Hercules could use other weapons to imitate the relic's ability. The specific ability of the skill was to combine all the attacks together and release 9 consecutive attacks at a high speed. Therefore, shooting 100 beasts was a skill that was as powerful as a relic. The relic itself was a gigantic axe sword. When the user held the gigantic axe sword, he would be able to use shooting 100 beasts. Class card, Berserker. Holding the Berserker rank card in his hand tightly, Wu Yan showed a comfortable smile. I'll accept it then. Hearing this, the group of young ladies finally retracted their thoughts and looked at each other in dismay. What the hell is going on? Mikoto couldn't wait to ask. Didn't you say that a berserker has to be killed 12 times before it's eliminated? We could only kill him 2 or 3 times, right? How did the berserker suddenly die? The rest of the young ladies turned to look at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with questions. It's simple. Wu Yan did not hide anything and answered without hesitation. That's because I used up the regeneration effect of the berserker's relic. Used up? Not only did the young ladies not feel relieved, they were even more confused. There's a limit to the regeneration effect of the berserker's relic. Seeing that the young ladies were confused, Wu Yan explained. Every time the berserker's noble phantasm activates the regeneration effect, the berserker's body will feel like it's on fire. It would be covered in a red glow. I caught the berserker's relic and killed him when the regeneration effect was triggered. Saying so, he extended his hand that is holding the berserker rank card. He extended his finger and with a whoosh, a small white flame ignited on his finger. Seeing this, Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Mikoto looked at each other. Just now, Wu Yan used this white flame to kill the berserker. Could it be? Could it be because of this white flame? Chuju and Mikoto were stunned as well. However, unlike Rin Enben and the rest, they knew what kind of terrifying ability this white flame had. Thus, they gave it some thought. The two of them immediately understood what was going on. I understand now. Chuju's eyes lit up. No wonder you went head to head and even got punched by the berserker. So this is the reason. This flame has the ability to incinerate time. Mikoto crossed her arms in relief. The berserker's relic is his body. Therefore, Yen thought of a way to kill the berserker and trigger the regeneration effect of the relic. Then, he buried the flame into the berserker's body. This way, if that's the case, the flame can burn the berserker's noble artifact. Wu Yan waved his hand and retracted the white flame on his finger. He then opened his palm. My flames can burn time. If I burn the relic to the point where it appears, the regeneration time stored in the berserker's relic and even the duration of the relic itself will be burned up by my flames. Naturally, the berserker will die as well. Incinerate, time. Luvia could not hide her shock. Her eyes were filled with shock. Is there a flame in this world that can burn time? What kind of magic is that? No. Rin and Osaka's face froze. No magic can have such an effect. This is already at the level of magic. The so-called magic, to put it bluntly, was actually a method that was unknown to ordinary people. It was something that could be done through human technology, using personal ability and unusual means to do it. And this method not known to ordinary people, and unusual means referred to magic. But, burning time? Is human technology able to do such a thing? Things that couldn't be done by human technology could be done by using methods unknown to ordinary people and unusual means. This was magic. That was why mage envoys who could use magic were so rare and powerful. In this world, there were only 5 kinds of things that could be called magic. Kizia, who sent Rin and Osaka and Luvia to retrieve the card. Zelrich. Shubian Ogu is a magic user who can use the second type of magic. It is also the second type of magic. But now, the man in front of him had actually used a magic level technique. Could it be that Wu Yan is one of the 5 magic users? In that case, what was the rank of burning time in the 5 great spells? No one can answer this question except for Rin and Osaka and Luvia. At the same time, Rin and Osaka and Luvia noticed something strange. Other than holding the card, Wu Yan's other hand is still holding the sacred sword Excalibur. What's going on? Rin and Osaka couldn't help but point at the sacred sword in Wu Yan's hand. Why is the relic still there? There is a time limit to the activation of the card. The relic can only be used for a short period of time. Once the time limit expires, the card will automatically return to its original state. But this sacred sword, I'll explain later. Wu Yan waved his hand. The mirror realm is about to collapse. Let's get out of here first. Hearing this, the group of young ladies could only nod. Chapter 1473. Fuyuki City, a restaurant. This is one of the best restaurants in Fuyuki City. Those who dined in this restaurant were generally people with some status and wealth. Therefore, the cost of eating here was not something that an ordinary family could afford. A simple meal was definitely equivalent to about a month's food expenses for an ordinary family. It was also because of this that this restaurant was open almost 24 hours a day. Even if it was late at night, it would still serve meals. It was a very unique and high-end restaurant. Today, at around 1:00 in the morning, this high-end restaurant was booked. This restaurant is comparable in size to a hotel. Until dawn, other than the restaurant staff, there are only 7 people eating here, on a large round table large enough to seat more than 10 people. Steaming hot dishes were piled up one after another, filling the entire table. Moreover, the degree of luxury of the dishes was to the extent that it would make one flabbergasted. For example, a thick soup made from whole chickens, a meat dish made from a large amount of precious spices, a vegetable dish drizzled with expensive spices, a salted pie made from steamed freshwater fish, and so on and so forth. The dazzling and luxurious dishes emitted a fragrance that greatly increased one's appetite and filled the air. Just the price of this table of dishes is enough to make one's jaw drop. If a poor person were to stand here, perhaps he wouldn't even dare to eat. Of course, the taste is also top-notch. Even if it can't be compared to a cheating vampire ancestor, it's still not something a normal restaurant can compare to. Wu Yan, Hinajaku, Mikoto, Rin and Osaka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Miyu gathered around the dining table. There are also 2 UFOs with ribbon-like ribbons on them. Their chatter echoed throughout the dining hall. Cheers! Along with the voices, ding ding dang dang, sounds of glasses clinking echoed. At first glance, it seems like a celebration party is being held. Actually, this was indeed a celebratory feast. To celebrate the retrieval of all 7 cards, Wu Yan booked the entire cafeteria to reward Hinajaku and Mikoto, who have been fighting non-stop for the past few days. Rin Enben's group is also here. The other 2 class cards are also with them, so he invited them together. However, the person himself seemed to be a little unhappy. Really? Rin Enben raised a glass full of drinks. She couldn't help but yell. Why do we have to participate in the enemy's celebration party? Indeed. Livia rubbed her aching head. She then looked at her surroundings. However, as far as the taste of the restaurant is concerned, this is quite to my taste. If I have time in the future, I will come here to eat again. I'm not against it. Ilya's expression was a bit stiff. But this is the first time I'm wandering around outside this late at night. If my family finds out, I'll be screwed. Hearing this, Hinajaku and Mikoto, who were closest to Ilya, stopped what they were doing and looked at each other in dismay. Speaking of which, there are still 2 10-year-old children here. Is it okay for them to stay out all night like this? Well. Wu Yan scratched his face. Since the guardian is here, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Mio's guardian is here. Ilya raised her hand weakly. But I didn't, Ilya. You can't be like this. Ruby, who was flying beside Ilya, said seriously. The night is a very charming existence for humans. Only by understanding the joy of the night can you become an adult, haha. Ilya laughed dryly. I feel like your words are very ambiguous. There's still class tomorrow. Mio, who was silent, finally spoke. That's why I don't agree with this kind of activity that wastes rest time, Mio-sama. Sapphire flew over. Do I need to use magic to dispel fatigue? How about I help you? Mikoto raised one of her fingers. Blue and white electric sparks jumped on it. I've tried staying up all night in Tokuwadai before. But, if you use electricity, you'll feel refreshed the next day. Mikoto suggested as if she had good intentions. How about it? Do you want to use electricity? Ilya and Mio both froze. Looking at Mikoto, who had blue and white electric sparks on her finger, Ilya's little head shook like a rattle drum. What? Mikoto pouted in dissatisfaction. It's really effective. No, I don't think that's the problem. Chuju blushed with shame. Before seeing if it's effective, it's best to consider if it's dangerous or not. Ha ha ha. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mikoto glared at him. But there's no point in saying that now. Since they're already here, Ilya and Mio could only put on a gloomy expression and start tasting the dishes on the table. Soon, they tasted the delicious dishes and their little faces showed a joyful expression. Judging from this point of view, these two girls were definitely children. Seeing how cute the two little girls were, Hinajuku and Mikoto didn't know if it was because their maternal instincts were triggered or if it was because they saw cute toys. They all went over to them. Two big girls and two small girls laughed and played together. You guys. Rin Enbin sighed and muttered with a frown. You guys have such a good relationship. When it's time to fight for each other's class cards, how are you going to do it? Speaking of class cards. Livia frowned and looked at Wu Yan. She asked with a face full of doubt. How are you able to keep the limited release noble phantasm in its materialization state? Upon hearing that, Rin Enbin shifted his gaze to Wu Yan. Logically speaking, the class card that was materialized into a noble phantasm could only be used for a very short period of time. That period of time might not even last a minute. This was something that Rin Enbin and Livia, who had used their class cards on more than one occasion, were well aware of. However, in tonight's battle, the sacred sword that Wu Yan materialized maintained its noble phantasm form. Let's not talk about how much mana Wu Yan had to expend to maintain the noble phantasm. Just this alone is enough to make one wonder how much mana Wu Yan had to expend to maintain the noble phantasm. Could it be that the limited release could be maintained indefinitely? Could it be that they couldn't maintain the limited release because they used the wrong method? Looking at Rin Enbin and Livia's eyes, Wu Yan could almost guess what they were thinking. He pouted. Don't think too much. The reason why I can maintain the limited release is because of a special ability of mine. Special ability? The two girls were confused. Wu Yan shook his head and explained. As you guys have seen, I have my own noble phantasm. However, those were not noble phantasms in the beginning. They were just normal weapons. Wu Yan opened the back of his hands. Two bright red dots formed a sword mark on the back of his hands. I can turn any weapon into my noble phantasm. As Rin Enbin and Livia were shocked, Wu Yan spoke. No matter what weapon it is, even if it's a heroic spirit's noble phantasm, as long as I touch it, it will become my noble phantasm and fall under my control. Noble phantasms that are materialized by rank cards are also weapons. Wu Yan shook his head regretfully after he cut off the ability of the Knight's Undying Knight and made the two dots disappear. However, since it's just a materialized phantasm, I can't directly turn it into my noble phantasm. However, before I cut off the supply of mana to the noble phantasm will be affected by my ability. It will stay in my hands until I run out of mana. Perhaps I will cut off the supply of mana myself. Rin and Osaka and Livia opened their mouths, then closed them again. After hearing this explanation, they were even more confused. For example, why does Wu Yan have such an ability? For example, why does Wu Yan have such powerful mana? For example, is the white flame that can burn time a spell? All these questions have been weighing down on the two Magic Association's Chronometer Tower's hearts. However, they didn't ask any questions. After all, they have collected all 7 rank cards. Next, in order to collect all 7 rank cards, they will become real enemies. Chapter 1474. Everyone had their own thoughts, but at least on the surface, the meal ended satisfactorily. Unknowingly or unknowingly, this meal was eaten by everyone until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. In the cold wind, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio parted ways at the entrance of the restaurant. After greeting each other, they returned home. Originally, Wu Yan was the only man present. Now that it was 2 or 3 a.m., it would be ungentlemanly of him if he didn't send the girls home first. But who would be worried that the 4 of them would be ambushed in the middle of the night? 2 of them were magicians from famous magic schools, and they were also the top students of the Magic Association's chronometer tower. The other 2 were magical girls. When the 4 of them worked together, ordinary heroic spirits might not be a match for them. Are you worried about their safety? Then, there should be at least a few capable attackers. Furthermore, after the meal ended, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto felt that Rin Enben and Luvia's attitude towards them changed. Even if Wu Yan suggested to send them home, they would probably reject him. There's nothing they can do about it. Unlike Wu Yan's group, Rin Enben and Luvia felt a lot of pressure. There's no other reason other than the fact that they have to face an opponent even scarier than a heroic spirit. That's all. When they thought of that, Rin Enben and Luvia watched as Wu Yan's group walked away while chatting and laughing. Their faces slowly sank. Mio, who was accompanying Luvia, seemed to have noticed something as well. She lowered her head. She remained silent. Only Ilya yawned as if she wasn't nervous at all. She rubbed her eyes like a sleepy child. Let's go back and sleep. We still have classes tomorrow. After saying that, Ilya took the ruby and turned around, intending to walk in the direction of her home. Rin Enben suddenly spoke. Maybe you don't want to hear this, but I have to make it clear. Rin Enben's green eyes stared straight ahead as he spat out those words. Don't get closer to those people. Mayu clenched his fists tightly when he heard this. Ilya's footsteps also came to a halt, and her pupils shrank. She was no longer sleepy. She slowly turned around and looked at Rin Enben's back. She forced a smile as if she was running away from something. This. What do you mean? I don't want to make it clear. Rin Enben was silent for a while before speaking with an expressionless face. You know, at this moment, the atmosphere between Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Mio, and Ilya froze. Just like what Rin Enben said, they knew what he meant. Why would Rin Osaka say something like that? Because next, they would have to face the problem that they had always avoided talking about. Fighting for the rank card. Moreover, it was those 3 people who had displayed strength that far exceeded theirs more than once, and had even saved them more than once. Although they had been avoiding the topic, Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio knew that as long as both sides wanted the rank card, then that day would eventually come. Or rather, it was unbelievable that they had dragged it out until now. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto, no matter who stood out, they had the strength to defeat Rin Enben and the other 3. So, as long as they wanted to. Then, the rank card in the hands of Rin Enben and the others wouldn't be able to keep it. Let's not talk about anything else, the caster, magician, card. If Wu Yan didn't have an agreement with Rin Enben and Mio didn't get the Lancer card from him, they wouldn't have gotten the card in the end. The Archer card was in Wu Yan's hands before he returned it to Ilya in exchange for information. The other 5 cards were in Wu Yan's hands. No matter how they looked at it, Rin Enben and the others had no way of winning. Unless they don't care about involving normal people and risk being punished by the Magic Association and ask for help from the Magic Association. Otherwise, getting the other 5 class cards from Wu Yan's hands is going to be very difficult. Of course, this wasn't the real reason why Rin Enben told Ilya and Mio to stay away from Wu Yan in the future. The real reason why Rin Enben said this was because they were going to become enemies who would fight for the cards. If they were to close the distance at this time, not to mention whether there would be people playing tricks on them, if they really became entangled, what should they do when it was time to make a move? Go easy on them? In that case, in the end, the grade card in his hand would only be taken away. Actually, Rin and Osaka also knew that he was just lying to himself. Regardless of whether or not Elia and Meiyu had feelings for each other, Elia herself already had some hazy feelings for them. Toward the man who had intimate contact with her, if even Rin and Osaka is like this, Iria and Mio, who were once enlightened, helped, cared for, and saved by Wu Yan, are in even more of a predicament. Their petite faces showed signs of bitterness. Do we have to fight? Ilya couldn't help but ask for help. Is there no other way to solve this? Don't be naive, Ilya. Ilya's official. The one who spoke was Luvia, who had a serious expression on her face. Our goal is the rank card. As long as no one gives up, this is an irreconcilable conflict. Then. Ilya's little hands were holding her clothes tightly. Her face was full of hesitation. Then can't we just give up on the rank card? Big Brother and the others aren't bad people, right? There's no need to worry about them doing bad things with the cards, right? The 3 questions in a row caused Luvia to fall into silence. She was unable to say anything. Taking back the rank card is the mission given to us by the Magic Association. This time, it was Rin Enben's turn to answer. No matter what we want, at least the Magic Association won't allow us to give the rank card to others. Then, Rin-san, do you think we should fight with Big Brother and the others? Ilya started to get excited. For those cards, Rin-san, can you fight with your companions? They're not our companions. Rin Endo turned his head abruptly, and his gaze met Ilya's eyes, which were also filled with waves that were difficult to calm down. Ilya, the world of magic isn't as beautiful as you think. It's a bloody world filled with madness, delusion, and obsession. Even if you have a sense of companionship with them, can you be sure that they have the same struggle as you? Ilya's body trembled. Her excitement disappeared as if she was splashed with cold water. Yeah. I don't want to fight with Big Brother and the others. What about Big Brother and the others? Do they have the same thought? Do they have the same struggle as me? Will they give up on the rank card for us? Do they not want to fight with us because of the rank card? Could it be that all the smiles from before were fake? Wu Yan-sen once told me. While Ilya's heart was filled with confusion, Mio raised her head. A pair of determined eyes appeared in everyone's sight. I'm no longer alone. I have someone to rely on. If I don't mind him as an enemy, he will also become my support. From that person, I can feel a sense of security. It's the same as my older brother's sense of security. Meiyu changed from her usual silent image and expressed her feelings from the bottom of her heart. She fearlessly met Rin Enben and Luvia's gaze. That's why I choose to believe in Wu Yan-san. Mio. Hearing Mio's words, Ilya couldn't help but recall the scene of her eating sundaes with Wu Yan. The scene of them having fun together, the scene of him saving her from the berserker, and the scene of him comforting her when her heart was filled with fear. I also believe that Big Brother isn't that kind of person. Ilya's heart calmed down. Her eyes and face were no longer filled with confusion. He must be sincere in his dealings with us. You all. Luvia had a complicated expression. Sigh. Rin Enben sighed. However, his heavy expression unknowingly relaxed. He smiled bitterly. What a troublesome situation. Chapter 1475. The next day, it was a beautiful morning. Not only was the weather fine, the sun was bright, the sky was clear, and the autumn air was refreshing. No matter how one looked at the weather, the temperature, up, left, down, and right, it was a good day for doing anything. With such beautiful weather, Hinajuku and Mikoto also took out all the blankets from their house and washed them clean. Humming and singing, they took the blankets out to the balcony and sprinkled them. Their mood couldn't be better, they could even jump around. Wu Yan also woke up early. It was rare for him to have such a good time. He sat on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea while enjoying his daily life with the 2 girls. From time to time, he would flirt with Chuju, quarrel with Mikoto, and play with the 2 arrogant girls. Because of this, Hinajuku and Mikoto's mood was always at a high level. Their faces were filled with unconcealable happiness, making the 2 beautiful girls even prettier today. dazzling and dazzling. However, their good mood was completely ruined by the sound of the doorbell. Standing in front of the gate, Chuju and Mikoto were also standing behind him, one on the left and one on the right. Including Wu Yan, the smiles on their faces disappeared. What was left behind was a look of astonishment. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at the person standing in front of the gate. She was wearing a red woolen sweater, a black pleated skirt, knee-high socks, and a pair of ponytails. It was a beautiful girl with a smile on her face. For a long time, the three couldn't react. When they finally came to their senses, Hinajuku and Mikoto's expression darkened. Wu Yan's expression slowly turned into one of confusion as he pointed at his own nose and laughed dryly. What did you just say? Can I trouble you to repeat that again? Date. The girl standing outside the gate, Rin and Osaka. Without the slightest hesitation, a smile appeared on his face. How about it? Are you going? Wu Yan's mouth twitched, he fell into silence again. What is she playing at now? Wasn't there something wrong with her last night? She didn't seem to fit in with us. He didn't even have the chance to ask how she knew where he lived and she said something like that. What is she trying to do? Wu Yan didn't think that Rin and Osaka was just messing with him. After all. Other than the few times he had sex with Rin and Osaka, other than retrieving the cards, the only other time they had met was when they drank black tea at the coffee shop and had a discussion at Luvia's house. After that, they didn't have any other interactions. She came to him and said she wanted to go on a date in front of Chuju and Mikoto. She said there was no ghost. Who would believe her? Of course, this was Wu Yan's idea. Rin and Osaka had a mysterious smile on her face. There was a hint of provocation in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. As for Hinajuku and Mikoto, Wu Yan, who is standing in front of them, doesn't know what kind of expression they have on their faces. However, he can feel chills running down his spine, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Needless to say, these two girls. They definitely thought that Wu Yan went behind their back to flirt with other girls. This is such an injustice, but Rin and Osaka didn't just want to go on a date with him, that's for sure. Okay. After some hesitation, Wu Yan nodded. Wait for me. Wu Yan ignored Rin and Osaka's helpless shrug and turned around. He looked at Chuju and Mikoto, who were staring at him coldly. He scratched his face and laughed. I'm going out for a bit. A date? Chuju said with a fake smile. That's a good thing, yeah. Mikoto closed her eyes. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and seemed to be very calm. However, the blue and white electric arcs jumping on her forehead betrayed her mood. It's rare for the weather to be so nice today, well. Wu Yan put his hands together and made an apologetic gesture. You know I didn't mean it that way. I'll bring you a gift, please don't be mad. Only then did Hinajuku and Mikoto's expressions lighten up. Chuju and Mikoto knew that Rin and Osaka wouldn't go on a date with Wu Yan for no reason. As girls, they were proud, but they could see that Rin and Osaka's nonchalant attitude wasn't something a girl who was about to go on a date should have. If that's the case, Rin and Osaka's date with Wu Yan must have an ulterior motive. Coupled with Wu Yan's apologetic look, even if the two girls had hearts of stone, they would have melted. They could only turn their heads away and reply in a muffled tone. Come back soon, got it? Wu Yan turned around and grabbed Rin and Osaka's hand. They ran out of the house before Rin could react. Chuju and Mikoto looked at Wu Yan and Rin and Osaka's back as they walked away. They could see the jealousy and helplessness in each other's eyes. They're going to fall into that guy's hands for the rest of their lives. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's house was a bit far from Fuyuki City. They were surrounded by residential areas and the streets were only passable. It was similar to Iria, Mio, and Luvia's house. Since it's a date, Wu Yan couldn't bring Rin and Osaka to wander around the residential area. The two didn't speak and walked side by side towards the city. Walking on the street, Rin Enben couldn't help but stretch like a cat. He looked up at the sky and praised. The weather is great, looks like I picked the right day. A gentle breeze blew by and Rin and Osaka's black ponytails fluttered. Coupled with her good looks, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. That's true, this kind of weather is perfect for a date. I guess you picked the right day. Wu Yan isn't some innocent guy. He quickly regained his senses and he looked at Rin Tadoro with a half-smile. But this outfit isn't right. It doesn't look like you're going on a date. This is what I'm going to wear for a date. Rin and Osaka retorted. Are you doubting my taste in clothes? Red on top and black on the bottom, I don't see any taste in it. Wu Yan curled his lips and revealed a smile that Rin and Osaka thought was very seductive. Good, you're a little revealing, at least it's not that bad. Wu Yan glanced at Rin's thighs as he said that. He told Rin where this little bit is exposed. Oh. His eyes twitched and he forced a smile on his face. Ugh. Rin Tozaka's face twitched. Then, do you want to touch it again? Rin and Osaka lifted her thighs and it caught Wu Yan's attention. Rin and Osaka's lower body was very seductive. Her skirt was short and it didn't provide any protection. Every time she moved her legs, Rin and Osaka's skirt could be vaguely seen. The curves from her thighs to her buttocks were also fully exposed. It was sexy and beautiful. Under these circumstances, when Rin and Osaka lifted her legs, her vaguely visible thighs became even more obvious. It was very tempting. Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't think Rin and Osaka was trying to seduce him. Instead, it looked like she was preparing to kick him. No, if Wu Yan really touched her thighs, Rin and Osaka would definitely kick him. Miss Rin sure is open-minded. Wu Yan shrugged in a teasing manner. You're going to touch thighs on a date, this is unprecedented. I'm sorry, I'm just that open-minded. Rin and Osaka's forehead was imprinted with the word, well. His smile turned dangerous. Then, can you tell me what an open-minded date is like? Wu Yan turned around and smiled meaningfully. He reached out and grabbed Rin and Osaka's hand. Whoa! Rin and Osaka was shocked and glared at Wu Yan. What are you doing? Didn't you want to know what an open-minded date is? Wu Yan blinked. He raised his hand that was holding Rin's. This is what you call an open-minded date. Rin and Osaka's heartbeat sped up when she saw her hand holding Wu Yan's. Chapter 1476. The shops were lined up next to each other on both sides of the street. Today was not a holiday. Primary school students, junior high school students, and high school students all had to go to class. The most prosperous commercial street in Fuyuki City was not crowded with people early in the morning. Today, the weather was so good that there were more people going out. Even if there were no students, the commercial street in the city center was very lively. Moreover, the closer one was to the center of the shopping street, the more people there were. It was not to the point of shoulder to shoulder, but there were some places where one had to squeeze through. In such a lively commercial street, Wu Yan and Rin and Osaka were like an ordinary couple, holding hands and playing crazily. Wu Yan didn't know if Rin and Osaka didn't go to school or skipped class to come to his house. He didn't even ask if Rin and Osaka had any other purpose. He just took Rin and Osaka to walk around, as if he was really enjoying a date. Rin and Osaka seems to have reached an agreement with Wu Yan. She didn't say anything that would spoil the mood. She chatted with Wu Yan about their daily lives. Whenever she saw a shop that caught her eye, she would go inside. She's just like a normal girl, so normal that it's ridiculous. In such a situation, perhaps no one would have thought that the beautiful girl with 2 ponytails who was happily shopping was a magician. Perhaps the two of them chose to forget something that didn't need to appear at this moment. They turned into the most ordinary people, patronizing the shops and walking on the streets like the pedestrians around them. As time went by, Wu Yan, who was responsible for carrying things, had a variety of bags on his body. Even Rin and Osaka had a few bags in his hands. One could only imagine how many shops the two of them had visited. It was worth mentioning. Throughout the whole process, although the two of them didn't speak sweet words like ordinary couples, and even stuck together intimately, their hands were always tightly held. Except for when Rin Tosaka went to buy clothes to try on, they didn't let go for a moment. So, this time, they held hands. The two of them held hands for the whole morning until now. Truth be told, although the two of them did not say anything, they were both very surprised by this situation. Of course, the surprise was different. Wu Yan was surprised that Rin and Osaka didn't dislike holding hands with him. Coming out of the house. From the moment they held hands, Wu Yan thought that Rin and Osaka would shake off his hand soon, or even directly shake off his hand. But not only did Rin and Osaka not do that, she kept holding hands with him. Even after trying on clothes, she would immediately hold hands with him. And Rin and Osaka was surprised by her behavior. She was surprised that she kept holding hands with Wu Yan. She only knew. Every time she let go, she would subconsciously feel a little disappointed, and then she couldn't help but reach out and hold hands with Wu Yan again. This made Rin and Osaka very confused, and he couldn't understand it. After all, she only met Wu Yan a few days ago, and their positions were completely opposite. It was no wonder that Rin and Osaka was confused and surprised that she didn't reject Wu Yan's intimate contact. Maybe, Wu Yan's position in Rin's heart is different from other people's due to the fact that she had sex with him a couple of times. That's not for sure, just like that. The whole morning had passed by. Phew. Rin and Osaka sat on a stone bench in the corner of a park with a fountain. She threw the bags in her hands to the side and said with a satisfied expression, "It's so comfortable, of course it's comfortable." She also threw the bags in her hands on the bench. Wu Yan passed one of the two drinks to Rin and Osaka with an expressionless face. "You're using my money, of course it's comfortable using other people's money." Rin and Osaka wasn't embarrassed at all, she calmly drank her drink and glanced at Wu Yan. "Anyway, you were so straightforward when you paid the bill, and you didn't seem to feel any heartache when you spent the money. I'm sure you don't care about these things, right? You're quite observant." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "To me, money is just a number. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to waste money, I would have bought the entire Fuyuki city." "Buy Fuyuki city?" Rin and Osaka almost choked on her drink. She looked at Wu Yan in shock. "You're that rich?" "Yeah, unfortunately." Wu Yan shrugged. "I'm the nouveau riche you hate the most, although I don't have any intention of exploding." "Damn it." Rin and Osaka clenched her teeth in frustration. "If I knew, I would have bought all the gems in the gem store. You're quite generous when you're spending other people's money." Wu Yan sighed and looked at the fountain in front of them. "Well, now that we've gone shopping, arranged a meeting, bought some things, and spent most of our money, shouldn't you tell me why you're looking for me?" Rin and Osaka quietly looked at the fountain in front of him. She didn't say a word, her green eyes were emotionless. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said these words. "Is there a reason why you're taking back your rank cards?" "Reason?" Wu Yan was slightly surprised. "I am here to retrieve the cards because of an important figure in the Magic Association's chronometer tower." Before Wu Yan could reply, Rin Tozaka explained his reason for coming here. He said that as long as Livia and I can bring back the 7 rank cards, he will accept us as his disciples. Even though it's not a dream to have that person as my master, it will be a great help to me. This is a rare opportunity. Rin and Osaka said seriously. "That's why I don't need the rank cards. I won't give it up no matter what, but if I can get it, I'll give it a shot." Wu Yan didn't say anything. He continued to look at the fountain in front of him. Rin and Osaka didn't say anything either. She just sat there without saying a word. "Actually, I'm in the same boat as you," Wu Yan helplessly said. "To you, the job rank card is an opportunity for you to find a good teacher and embark on a good future. As for me, I don't have much need for the job rank card. It is only one of the factors that can give me a chance. Rin and Osaka turned around and stared at Wu Yan. "Yes. A chance." Wu Yan leaned back in his chair and looked at the sky. He reached out his hand towards the sky as if he was trying to grab something. He mumbled. "A chance to reach the top. A chance to reach the top." Rin and Osaka lowered his head and smiled bitterly. "It seems like we have the same reason for wanting the rank cards. That's why I'm the same as you." I won't give up no matter what. Wu Yan placed his hand behind his head. But if I can get it, I'll give it a shot, that's true. Rin and Osaka closed his eyes. Then, what if we don't give up the rank cards? What will you do? Of course I'll take it. What if we don't give it up? Then I'll snatch it before you guys die. Won't you kill us to get the rank cards? This time, it was Rin and Osaka's turn to frown. Are you going to say that you can't do it? My instincts tell me that you're not that naive. Then what kind of person do you think I am? Unscrupulous in order to achieve my goal? Wu Yan pursed his lips. Perhaps, if it was a group of people that I hate, I would have killed them directly. Unfortunately, all of you get along very well with me, so I really couldn't do it, you. Rin and Osaka stared at Wu Yan in shock. After a while, he burst out laughing. Don't think that we'll give up on the rank cards just because you said that, of course. Wu Yan smiled. I said I'll take it. Then I'll be waiting for you. Rin and Osaka's face brightened up. He picked up all the bags on the chair and stood up. Well then, I've achieved my goal. It's time to go. Rin and Osaka waved his hand. Oh right, the two kids aren't in a good mood. Rin and Osaka walked out of the park, leaving Wu Yan alone. He shook his head and laughed. Chapter 1477. Private Suichuan Academy, Elementary School. Ding dong, the bell signaling the end of class reverberated through every corridor, every corner, and every classroom. One by one, the teachers who were in the middle of class dropped their pleasantries and walked out of the classroom with their belongings. This allowed the elementary school students to welcome their favorite time after school. The classroom that was originally filled with silence was now filled with the innocent, lively, and cheerful cheers and clamor of children. The sound of tables and chairs colliding with each other was also heard. It was incomparably lively. To the children who were still in elementary school, after class, the most important daily activity apart from homework and study was to play. At the elementary school level, there weren't any club activities. Thus, every student happily packed up their belongings and walked out of the school in high spirits. In one of the classrooms, Ilya stood up from her seat. While packing her belongings, she placed them all into her school bag like an ordinary child. No one knew that such a small 10-year-old girl was actually a magical girl. However, those who were familiar with Ilya were able to tell that Ilya's ruby-like eyes seemed to have lost their luster today. No, it wasn't only Ilya. Sitting behind Ilya, Meiyu was also packing her belongings. Her expression was as cold as ever. One could see from her orange pupils that had always displayed unswerving determination. At this moment, they seemed to have lost their luster. They couldn't be said to be gloomy. But they were extremely depressed. In such a situation, the two beautiful little girls didn't seem to be in a good mood. At a glance, one could tell that they were in a bad mood. This caused the ruby and sapphire wands hidden in Ilya and Meiyu's hair to tactfully remain silent. Generally speaking, elementary school students weren't that observant. Even if they noticed this atmosphere, they most likely wouldn't care about it. Because of this, the students of the two little girls walked out of the classroom without paying any attention to it. Only 4 little girls were left behind. One had long black hair that draped over her shoulders. One had 2 pink ponytails. One had a braid that hung down in front of her. The other had golden hair that looked like 2 rounded horns on top of his head. They were in this private Sui Kun Yuan primary school. She was the person who had the best relationship with Ilya and Meiyu. As a result, the 4 of them didn't choose to return home immediately. Instead, they gathered nearby and looked at the depressed Ilya and Selena. At the same time, they looked at each other with deep worry in their eyes. However, rather than saying that all 4 of them had their own worries, the 4 of them had their own worries. Or rather, there were only 3 of them. The remaining one looked like he was completely unaware of the situation. He didn't know how to read the atmosphere and went forward. Yo! Ilya. The golden-haired little girl had a bright smile on her face as she fiercely patted Ilya's back like she was hitting a sandbag. It's so slow today. Usually, at this time, he would be running out of the classroom faster than anyone else. Why are you so slow today? Looks like he's not in the right state. Wahahaha. That idiot. Not far away, the other 3 little girls covered their eyes as they couldn't bear to look at it. They let out painful moans. Longzi. Ilya's breath was almost sucked out by this crazy girl called Longzi. At that moment, she couldn't care less about her mood. She quickly blocked the other party's attack and forced out an extremely forced smile. It's not bad to be like this once in a while. No. 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 Longzi immediately shook her finger in disdain. You're definitely not in the right state. PFFF. Before Longzi could finish her sentence, a knife ruthlessly chopped at her head from behind, causing her to fall to the ground. Since you know that you're not in the right state, then don't join in the fun. The pink ponytail girl cruelly stepped on Longzi's body. Then, she acted as if nothing had happened. She scratched her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Ilya. You know, this girl is crazy all day long. Don't mind her words. It's fine. That turtle. Ilya also acted as if she was used to it and shook her head. You're still not going home? Well, let's wait a little longer. That turtle gave such an answer in a perfunctory manner. Then, she finally asked. You don't seem to be in the right state. Are you feeling unwell? It's the same for Meiyu. The girl with long black hair also walked over to Meiyu, who was silently packing her things, and asked with concern. If you're feeling unwell, we can accompany you to the health room. The teacher is also in the staff office. The girl with ponytails placed one hand on her waist and cast her gaze on Ilya and Meiyu. Do you need me to call her over? And no need. Ilya hurriedly waved her hands at each other. I'm fine. Mimi, Finchua, don't worry. I'm fine too. Meiyu said indifferently without even raising her head. Don't worry. Is that so? The 3 girls named that turtle, Mimi, and Finchua looked at each other and became silent. At the same time, Meiyu also packed her things. She carried her school bag and walked out of the door. I'll go first. Wait. Meiyu. Ilya also carried her school bag and followed after Meiyu. Seeing Ilya and Meiyu walking out of the classroom, the girls present all sighed. What should we do? The little girl named Mimi had a face full of worry. She doesn't look like she's fine at all. Hiding something at such a young age. Be careful not to lose all your hair when you grow up. That turtle crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at the girl with ponytails. Finchua, do you want to follow them? Let's not. Finchua first pondered for a moment. Then, like a little adult, she shook her head. For the time being, let's leave them alone. After walking out of the classroom, Ilya and Meiyu changed into their shoes at the shoe cabinet and walked toward the school gate. Along the way, the 2 of them did not speak. They lowered their heads and did not look at the road in front of them. They kept walking forward, causing the atmosphere between them to become extremely oppressive. Perhaps because she was unable to endure this oppressive atmosphere, or perhaps because she was unable to suppress the confusion in her heart, Ilya was the first to speak. Hey, Meiyu. Lowering her head and looking at the ground, Ilya's pair of red eyes were filled with struggle. Meiyu, what do you think? Meiyu's footsteps imperceptibly paused. However, she instantly recovered. She no longer looked at the ground. Instead, she raised her head and looked straight ahead. Meiyu knew what Ilya meant when she said that. However, it was precisely because she knew that Meiyu could only reply with those words. I also don't know. Don't know? Ilya's hand that was holding onto the strap of her school bag tightened. Her mood became even more downcast. Then, what exactly should we do? Meiyu pondered for a moment. After a long time, she expressionlessly said the same words. I don't know. Even Meiyu doesn't know? Then, it seems that I won't be able to find the answer myself. Ilya smiled weakly. As expected, being a magical girl isn't something that can be done just because one wants to. It's so hard. Mayu glanced at Ilya from the corner of her eyes. She took in Ilya's helpless expression into her eyes. You were only swept into this. It's Ruby's arbitrary decision that made you walk on this path. As for you, you don't want to be a magical girl either, right? After saying that, Mayu looked forward again. A trace of determination appeared in her orange eyes. Ilya, if you don't want to fight, you can withdraw. Withdraw? Ilya's body froze on the spot. From the very beginning, you didn't choose to fight according to your own will. Mayu also stopped her footsteps. She turned around and faced Ilya. Thus, even if you choose to withdraw, Ling and Livia won't oppose it. Ilya opened her mouth slightly. However, she was unable to say anything. In the end, she squeezed out those words. Then, what about Mayu? Mayu turned around again. She gave Ilya a view of her back. In a situation where Ilya couldn't see Mayu's expression, she let her voice enter Ilya's ears. I don't know. After leaving those words, Mayu continued to walk toward the door. However, right at this moment, a figure blocked Mayu's path. So that's how it is. So, this is what it means to be in a bad mood. Hearing the voice, Mayu and Ilya immediately raised their heads. When they saw the appearance of the person who came, they were startled and spoke in surprise. Brother Wu Yan? Big brother? Naturally, it's Wu Yan. Chapter 1478. Here. At the edge of the school field, Wu Yan held an ice cream in each hand and placed it in front of Ilya and Mayu. I bought this from the outdoor cafe last time. Although it's not as good as the sundae you had last time, the taste is still top-notch. Thank you. The two girls sitting on the swing stretched out their hands somewhat cautiously and took the ice cream from Wu Yan's hand. They held it in their hands but did not intend to take a bite. They looked like they had a lot on their minds. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. It's rare for me to find out the location of your school and come here to look for you. You don't seem to welcome me. No. It's not like that. Mayu immediately shook her head. I just didn't expect Big Brother to come to our school. Ilya scratched the back of her head and asked suspiciously. But, why did Big Brother come to our school? I'm here to see you girls. Wu Yan squatted down in front of the two girls sitting on the swing and looked into their beautiful eyes. I just heard from a girl with two ponytails that the two of you are in a bad mood. So, I came to see. Girl with two ponytails? Mayu was stunned. Is it Rin? Sister Rin? Ilya muttered in bewilderment. You clearly said not to get closer to Big Brother, but you still went to look for Big Brother. Don't get closer to me. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. I see. I can probably guess why the two of you are said to be in a bad mood. Hearing that, Ilya and Mayu's pretty face seemed to be covered with a layer of haze and sunk. I don't want to fight with Big Brother. Holding the ice cream in her hand tightly, Ilya said with a depressed expression. We are all friends. Why did it become like this? Friends? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. So, you treat me as a friend? To be more precise, he should be an elder brother-like existence. Ilya carefully looked at Wu Yan. Could it be that this is just my wishful thinking? Well, that's not what I meant. Wu Yan quickly shook his head and reached out his hand to touch Ilya and Mayu's heads. It may be so for all of you, but for Miss Lin and that nouveau riche young lady, our position is completely opposite. There's no way to change this. So, we have to fight Big Brother? Ilya closed her eyes, unable to let go. She had a conflicted expression on her face. I don't understand. I really can't understand fighting over some cards or something. I really can't understand it. Seeing Ilya being so willful, both Wu Yan and Mayu didn't know what to say. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Unlike Meiyu, who seemed to have an extraordinary identity, before Ilya met Ruby and became a magical girl, she had been living an ordinary life. He had always lived the life of an ordinary person. He didn't even know about the existence of magic in this world until he met Ruby. Compared to Meiyu, Ilya was just an ordinary 10-year-old girl. For such a young girl, it was impossible for her to understand a real battle with a person who had once been friendly with her, saved her life, and advised her like a big brother. That was only natural. Not to mention Ilya, Meiyu had always been a little repulsed by the fact that she had to fight with Wu Yan. From this, it could be seen that Wu Yan's position in the hearts of these two little girls was not ordinary. So, what does Meiyu think? Seeing Ilya throwing a tantrum, Wu Yan turned his head and met Meiyu's eyes. You also think that you can't fight with me? Livia took me in. I also promised to take care of her daily life and help her retrieve her cards. Meiyu couldn't help but look away and bit her lips. So, if Livia wants to fight with me, I will fight. Meiyu. Ilya looked at Meiyu in disbelief. You really want to fight, big brother? I don't. Meiyu raised her voice slightly and then lowered it again. But if there is no way to avoid fighting, then I will choose to fight. Why is this? Ilya couldn't hide her wavering. Must I fight big brother in order to get those cards? Isn't that strange? But. Okay. Calm down first. Seeing that Ilya and Meiyu's conversation was getting more and more agitated, Wu Yan's hand that was rubbing their heads exerted force and stood up. He walked to another swing and sat down. Wu Yan crossed his hands behind his head and looked at the sky with a bitter smile. I didn't expect that the battle between us would bring you so much trouble. I didn't think it through. Didn't think it through? Ilya and Meiyu turned their heads and looked at Wu Yan. As for me, I don't know how long it has been since I seem to have been fighting all the time. As time passed, I started to treat fighting as a normal thing and forgot how heavy the word fighting is to two 10-year-old girls. Wu Yan smiled self-deprecatingly. Plus, I've already decided that even if I have to fight with you, I won't do anything to you. In the end, I treated the battle with you as a transition. I didn't consider your feelings at all. Today, if I didn't come here to see you because of Rin and Osaka's words, perhaps I would still be heartless. Rin and Osaka and I have a reason to get those class cards. Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he was talking to himself. This reason may not be worth mentioning to you, but to us, although we can't say that we can't give up, we can't just ignore it. Plus, our standpoints are different. So, even if we're familiar with each other and have a good relationship, we still can't avoid a battle. Meiyu lowered her eyes as if she couldn't bear to see Wu Yan's current expression. Ilya looked like she still couldn't let go of this matter. Why? That's because. Wu Yan chuckled. Since it's something you need, wouldn't you feel unsatisfied if you don't fight for it? Ilya and Meiyu were stunned on the spot. Battle is just a method. It sounds hard to understand, but if you think about it carefully, we won't kill you. You'll also be merciful. Both of you know this clearly, so why are you afraid of battle? Speaking until here, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were imprinted in Ilya and Meiyu's eyes. The deep color almost made them lose their minds. I think Rin and Osaka must not want to leave any regrets and let us rely on our own abilities to make them hand over the class cards willingly. That's why she chose to battle. It's the same for us. Once we lose to you, we'll hand over the class cards willingly. As if wanting to dispel the haze in the hearts of the two little girls, Wu Yan's voice began to become stronger. By that time, the so-called standpoints will no longer exist. We'll still be friends. That's right. It's just to not let the loser have any regrets. Not to have any regrets. Ilya and Meiyu murmured as if they were sleep-talking. Not all battles are as scary as you think, and not all battles have to have one side fall. We're just like that. Our goal is only to obtain the class cards. Once we've obtained the class cards, there's no need to continue the battle. Therefore, instead of saying it's a battle, it's better to say it's a competition using battle as a method. Wu Yan stood up and came in front of the two girls again. He squatted down and a gentle smile appeared on his face. If you're really worried, how about we go out and play together after the battle? Let's go together. Ilya and Meiyu were suddenly enlightened. That's right. It's not a battle where the loser has to fall to win, is it? The goal is just to obtain the class cards, isn't it? There's nothing to be afraid of in a battle like this, right? Ilya. Meiyu. Seeing the two girls' expressions brighten up, Wu Yan extended his finger. Promise me that neither side will have any regrets, okay? Big brother, brother Wu Yan. Ilya and Meiyo's eyes became bright again. They nodded, extended their hands and hooked their fingers with Wu Yan's. Yes. We won't have any regrets. Under the setting sun, the three of them gradually elongated. Their laughter echoed in the field. Chapter 1479. Eiderfeld family, living room. At the head of the table in the living room, Rin Enbin crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked straight ahead with his green eyes. Over there, Ilya and Mio stood side by side. They raised their heads and met Rin Enbin's gaze. Their eyes and faces were no longer gloomy. The only thing they have now is willpower that even Rin and Osaka was shocked by. It was like a flame that was slowly burning. Ilya and Meiyu looked at each other like this for an unknown amount of time. After a long time, a happy smile appeared on Rin Enbin's face. Good eyes. Looks like you two are fine now. Yes. Ilya forcefully nodded without any hesitation. Because we promised each other that we won't leave any regrets. I can fight now. Mio looked at Rin and Osaka without changing her expression. I will fight with my full strength. Very good. Rin and Osaka's lips curled up in satisfaction. His beautiful eyes were filled with fighting spirit. If that's the case, I can try my best to fight for it. Let's thank that gentleman first. By the side, Livia, who was drinking a cup of black tea, also closed her eyes as she muttered softly. Although we are on different sides, he is indeed a person that we can't hate. Mio, fight with your full strength. Yes. Mio replied. Rin and Osaka and Livia were happy but helpless at the same time. In the end, the enemy they are about to face helped them and allowed them to fight with their full strength without any worries. Two little magical girls won't hold any grudges against him. This is indeed an ironic thing. However, it was just as Livia had said. No one present could hate such an enemy. In that case, let's temporarily seal away our unnecessary feelings. Rin Enbin clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. He made a serious declaration. Until the end of the battle, we can only treat them as enemies. Is that okay? Yes. Understood. Elia and Mio replied. However, even if we treat him as a true enemy, there is still no way we can fight against him. Livia put down the cup of black tea in her hand with a solemn expression. Whether it's the tea-haired girl with lightning or the girl with swordsmanship, their strength is unquestionable. They are definitely on par with the association's frontline combat experts. If it's just us. No, even if we ask the association for help, we might not be able to defeat them. That's not the biggest problem, at least. At least, those two girls have revealed their abilities. If they didn't hide anything, we might have a way to counter their abilities. Rin and Osaka sighed. But that man will be troublesome. You're right. Livia clicked her tongue. Magic, martial arts, close combat, long-range combat. That man is proficient in all of them. He has no weakness in any of them. Also, he has enough noble phantoms to fill up an entire armory. Even heroic spirits like Saber and Berserker were defeated by him. There's no way we can come up with a strategy to deal with him. The magic they're using doesn't seem to belong to any system we know of. Sapphire, who was hovering in the air, spoke up. That day, the magic that the other party used to fight against the full-powered attack of the Saber relic is a magic that I've never seen or heard of before. The worst-case scenario is that the other party might still have other powerful tactics hidden up his sleeves. If it's just magic, then it's fine. Ruby floated in the air helplessly. Don't forget about the white flame that can burn time. That might be a magic ability. Now that you've analyzed it, Mio shook her head in shock. Wu Yan Nii-san really is a ridiculously strong person. Doesn't that mean we have no chance of winning? Ilya started to seriously consider their chances of winning. We can't fight against Big Brother. The difference in strength is too big. That's why we need to hold a meeting here. Livia shook her head. What we can be sure of is that if we don't think of a way to deal with that man, we won't be able to win. We definitely can't get the grade card. He's an all-rounder who can deal with any situation. It's not good for us to fight a protracted battle. That's why if we want to win this card battle, we have to decide the winner in a short time. It's best if we focus all of our firepower on the first surprise attack. We have to finish him off with the first shot. Rin and Osaka said in a threatening manner. Then, he slumped his shoulders. That may be the case, but our means are also very limited. After saying that, Rin Tozaka looked at Ilya and Mio. Can the cards you two have on hand be of any use? Yes. Archer won't work. Ilya smiled helplessly. We only have a bow and no arrows. Although we can use other things to replace the arrows and the power of the bow is great, it's nothing compared to the magic that Big Brother used the other day. I think it's almost useless. If it's a caster, it's also very limited. Meiyu replied. It might be useful in certain situations, but Brother Wu Yan Nii has so many tricks up his sleeves. Even if it works, he won't be able to use it again. On the other hand, the opponent has 5 cards: Saber, Berserker, Lancer, Rider, and Assassin. Sapphire's tone gradually turned serious. Even though I don't know what the specific functions of these cards are, but the power of the holy sword that appears from the limited deployment of the saber is astonishingly powerful, and the Lancer's ability is so terrifying that it can kill in one shot. Compared to our side, their conditions are much better. Moreover, it's the kind of monster that can purely rely on magic as a medium to perform limited expansion. It's a monster that has no time limit when it uses materialized treasures. Ruby Future spread out her hands worriedly. Seriously, this is simply cheating. It's reliable if we're on the same side, but as an opponent, it's too disadvantageous. Although Mio said that, she had a look of admiration on her face. Brother Wu Yan is really amazing. Now is not the time for you to admire him. Rin and Osaka held his forehead as if he had a headache. It would be great if we know when the opponent will attack. Maybe we can come up with some tactics. If it's this. Ilya took out an envelope from her pocket. There might be something in here. Something in here? Rin and Osaka and Livia were slightly taken aback as they looked at the envelope. What is this? Ilya and Mio exchanged glances and answered in unison. A letter of challenge. A letter of challenge? Livia was shocked. Rin and Osaka quickly reached out his hand. Let me see. Rin and Osaka took the letter of challenge from Ilya and opened it. He took out a piece of paper from the envelope and read it together with Livia. Not long after, the two of them raised their heads from the paper and looked at each other. Their faces showed an unprecedentedly solemn expression. Ilya involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What did it say? It's just like what you said. Rin and Osaka placed the paper on the table. It's a letter of challenge. At the scene, all eyes were focused on the paper spread out on the table. There were no passionate words written on it. It was just a simple line of words. Tonight. Midnight. I can confirm the time. Livia stood up with a stern look in her eyes. Tonight at midnight, the other party will come to our door in person to carry out this card battle. We don't have much time left. Rin and Osaka glanced at the setting sun outside the window, then looked at everyone present. Before the opponent comes to us, we must come up with a strategy. Tonight is the time to decide the winner. Hearing this, each of the girls revealed a resolute expression. One thing is for sure, tonight will be a long night. Chapter 1480. A pure black color gradually covered the sky, stars broke through the night sky and twinkled in the night sky, the temperature of the night gradually dropped, the starry sky was exceptionally clear, like fine tears or pearls, sprinkling in the sky, the night sky was clear, the stars were densely embedded in the dark night sky, the little dots of light fused into a faint light. It's not as bright as the sun during the day, nor as cold as the moon, but it's extremely dazzling, bringing a rare tranquility to the night sky. The bright moon above the starry sky was very dazzling. In such a night, people would not think about those sorrowful things in the daytime for the time being. It was very suitable for people to enjoy fragrant tea or coffee and watch the night sky quietly. It's a quiet night. Standing on the balcony, Wu Yan raised his head, his wine-red eyes stared at the starry night sky. From time to time, waves of ripples would appear in his eyes. It's very eye-catching against the night sky. Wu Yan is a true ancestor of vampires. Although he can't reveal his true self only at night, his unique temperament is unique to a true ancestor. Only at night can he reveal his true self to the fullest. Come to think of it, if there was an outsider watching from the sidelines, their attention would be completely taken away by the mysterious aura surrounding Wu Yan. Looking at the night sky that can reveal his true self to the fullest, Wu Yan's heart seemed to have returned to that world where he lived for 3 years, where he had a wife and a daughter, Swordline. Abbreviated to SAO. In SAO's world, except for the players themselves, everything else is constructed from fake data. Even Wu Yan and Asuna's youngest daughter, Yui. Yui was also born in that world, she's originally a fake life form. However, because it's a constructed world, it's a fake world. So, even if the environment there is beautiful, it's still beautiful. There's nothing strange about it. The night sky of SAO is one of the most beautiful settings in the world. The night sky of SAO is filled with stars every night. It's enough to make the night sky as bright as day, enough to form the Milky Way. Compared to SAO's night sky, the night sky of the real world pales in comparison. The same goes for the night sky in front of him. Although it's filled with stars, it's still not as beautiful as the night sky of the artificial world. However, the night sky in front of him, Wu Yan saw the shadow of SAO's night sky. His thoughts unknowingly returned to that world. His wife and daughters sighed. Asuna. Yui. Wu Yan couldn't help but call out the name that was deeply engraved in his heart. His voice echoed in the cold night sky. However, this call that should not have received a response instead attracted 2 other voices. Asuna. Yui. Yui. Wu Yan quivered and snapped out of his daze. When he saw that it was Hinajaku and Mikoto who spoke, he rubbed his chest and rolled his eyes at the 2 girls. Don't you know that you can scare someone to death? You're a primogenitor, you can revive even if you die. Yui stared at Wu Yan with her tea-colored eyes. If that's the case, who are Asuna and Yui? If it was in the past, Wu Yan would have laughed and brushed it off. But today, his memories were evoked, and he only gave Hinajaku and Mikoto a gentle smile. He reached out and pulled the 2 girls into his arms. Well, you 2 will meet again in the future. What are you doing? Being hugged by Wu Yan, the 2 Tsundere girls blushed and they started putting up a symbolic struggle. Let go of me already. It's not like you'll die from a hug. Wu Yan teased. Not only did he not let go, he hugged the 2 slender girls even tighter. Hinajaku and Mikoto almost couldn't breathe properly, but they also felt a suffocating sense of happiness. Knowing Wu Yan, the 2 girls knew that once Wu Yan decided to act shamelessly, there's nothing they can do about it. Looking at Wu Yan's expression, it doesn't look like he's going to let them go anytime soon. Thus, with a blushing face, they gave up struggling and snuggled into Wu Yan's arms. The wind once again blew across the balcony, gently fluttering the clothes and hair of the man and 2 women who were hugging each other. It also caused a sense of warmth to rise from the 3 of them. Wu Yan glanced at Hinajaku and Mikoto's stomachs and he asked. Maybe it's because he's thinking about his wife and children in SAO. By the way, why aren't you two pregnant with my child? Huh? Kid? Child? His sudden question made Hinajuku and Mikoto stunned on the spot, then like a steam explosion, with a bang sound, their faces turned from a faint red to a bright red. Why did you suddenly say such immoral things over there? Hinajuku's face was so red that it was almost dripping blood, her eyes were full of shame and anger. Who would be pregnant with your child? That's right. Mikoto's ears turned red, she looked like she's going to faint at any moment. She glared at Wu Yan. What child? I don't want that. You don't want a child? This time, Wu Yan is the one who is stunned. You don't want a child? No. No. The two girls answered in such a way, but looking at their stuttering and drifting eyes, their hands couldn't help but caress their stomachs. No matter how one looked at it, the answer didn't seem to be what they said. Then again, not pregnant, that doesn't mean it's our relationship. Mikoto's face turned red, she said in a huff. The other sisters aren't pregnant as well, yeah. Hinajuku agreed with Mikoto before looking at Wu Yan suspiciously. It can't be, oh? Hearing Mikoto's words and seeing Chuju's suspicious look, Wu Yan knew what they were trying to say. Are you doubting my ability? At that moment, the hands on Chuju and Mikoto started moving around restlessly. Wu Yan looked at the two girls with a heated gaze. Do you need me to prove it? Why, you're a true ancestor who only knows how to think about random things. Hinajuku pressed down on Wu Yan's hand. She's both embarrassed and annoyed. Behave yourself. Don't do anything stupid. Mikoto's heroic voice started to turn soft like a mosquito's buzz. There's a battle tonight, don't mess around, true. Wu Yan regretfully stopped what he was doing and looked at the direction of Fuyuki City. There's a battle tonight. Hinajuku and Mikoto let out a sigh of relief when they saw that Wu Yan is no longer up to mischief. However, they are also a bit disappointed. What are you going to do tonight? To hide her disappointment, Chuju changed the topic and followed Wu Yan's gaze. With your personality, I don't think you'll really fight them, right? No. Wu Yan shook his head without hesitation. I'll go easy on them, but I'll still fight. I feel like it's a little unfair. Mikoto pursed her lips. Not only is their strength completely incomparable to ours, two of them are children while the other two are girls. In the end, we still went to look for them. It's really uncomfortable, don't forget, you two are girls too. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Plus, you're both younger than Rin and Osaka and Luvia, so there's nothing unfair about it. Don't underestimate them or you'll be at a disadvantage, you're right. Chuju nodded in agreement. Rin and Osaka doesn't look like the type to admit defeat, so I'm sure he'll have a lot of tricks up his sleeves to deal with us. Yeah, we'll also intrude into their territory. Mikoto relaxed a little. Well, we've already gone easy on them, don't think that only Rin and Osaka and Luvia are a threat. Wu Yan smiled meaningfully. Those two girls aren't easy to deal with either. Both Hinajuku and Mikoto were startled and tilted their heads in confusion. Well. Wu Yan didn't explain as he looked straight ahead. I just hope that both sides won't have any regrets. That's what I promised those two girls. Chapter 1481. Midnight quietly arrived. Every household's lights went off. Aside from the street lamps that are still working, looking down from the sky above Fuyuki City, the entire city is almost devoid of light. Everything has sunk into the darkness of the night and returned to tranquility. For the ordinary residents of Fuyuki City, this tranquility is nothing more than an extremely ordinary part of their daily life. It's not worth remembering. However, for the people who are about to participate in a battle tonight, this tranquility is only the calm before the storm. On the side of a certain residential street, the Eiderfelt family's mansion is still brightly lit. The entire luxurious mansion seems to be embellished with bits of light. It's exceptionally dazzling in the dark night. It's also venting the impending tension and unrest. In the main hall on the ground floor, the chandelier on the ceiling is slowly pouring down soft light, illuminating every corner of the place. Four young ladies of varying sizes were standing in the corridor at the top of the stairs in front of them. They were staring in the direction of the door. Their solemn expressions caused a deep oppressive feeling to permeate the air. Today, Rin and Osaka is not wearing her iconic red short skirt. Instead, she's wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of hot pants. She's wearing a red jacket. She looks a lot more serious than before. It's easy to see how serious she is today. Wuxia is wearing a white one-piece dress. There are some laces on her dress. Compared to Rin and Osaka's light clothing, Wuxia is more focused on her image. She looks like a rich young lady who's about to go on an inspection tour. However, her face also revealed a grave expression. As for Elia and Mio, they're naturally unable to change their magical girl attire. One red and one blue. Coupled with the wing-like cape, the two magical girls look like two little fairies. They're exceptionally cute. Of course, this is only for today. No one will really care about these beautiful and cute outfits. Although their opponents this time aren't heroic spirits who don't know how to appreciate their attire, what they're about to do is definitely something that no one will be in the mood to appreciate. The main hall is completely silent. Ilya and Meiyu gripped their wands tightly. Their expressions were indescribably serious. Amidst this oppressive silence, Irene and Meiyu felt a chill down their spine. They're silently waiting. Wuxia opened her pocket watch and glanced at the time. 1 more minute. This short sentence instantly raised the hearts of everyone present. 1 minute. Rin Enbin clenched his fists and wiped the sweat off his palms as he said nervously. Bring out 120% of your attention. The opponent this time is definitely the most powerful one so far. It's not something that can be dealt with just by showing mercy. Remember to give it your all. Full power. Ilya and Meiyu hesitated for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, they nodded vigorously. Just as Rin Enbin had said, the other party was definitely not someone they could deal with even if they showed mercy. If they didn't use their full strength and went easy on him, they would only lose miserably when the time came. Furthermore, with Wu Yan's strength, the group of girls did not think that they would be able to endanger his life even if they used their full strength. Injuring him was already their limit. Therefore, he could not be merciful, and there was no need to be merciful. Just give it your all. Leaving time. Wuxia stared at the pocket watch in her hand. 5 more seconds. Rin Enbin took a deep breath and tensed up his body. 4. Ilya held her wand tightly and gathered all her energy. 3. A sharp look appeared in Mayo's clear eyes. 2. In the space below, a ripple invisible to the naked eye gradually appeared. 1. The ripple spread out and turned into a hazy halo like raindrops. It was like a dazzling mist. 0. As the countdown ended, the fog that filled the space was still there. 3 silhouettes appeared without a single sound or presence: brown shoulder-length hair, brown irises, orange jacket, denim shorts, heroic spirit soaring. Long pink hair, yellow-green pupils, a white dress, a red jacket, valiant and heroic. Black hair, red eyes, black shirt, black pants, and a black jacket. Imposing aura. Without any warning, a man and 2 women stood in a triangular formation and silently appeared under the chandelier, exposing themselves to Rin Enbin, Wuxia, Ilya, and Mio. One side raised their head while the other lowered their head. The 2 sides looked at each other with different expressions. Rin Enbin, Wuxia, Ilya, and Meiyu had serious expressions. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were calm. As soon as they met, it was clear who had the upper hand. My apologies for the delay. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at the 4 girls standing in a row at the top of the stairs. I'm not late, right? Not only are you not late, you're very punctual. Rin Enbin replied with a smile. However, there was no humor in that smile. So punctual that we want to complain. Is that so? Wu Yan shrugged and looked around. I feel that all of you have made ample preparations, that's right. A crystal-clear gem appeared between Livia's fingers. In order to entertain our guests. Sign. After chanting the incantation, Livia abruptly threw the gemstone in her hand. The gemstone gently fell to the ground and hit the ground. Ding. In the next second, the gem shined brightly and drilled into the ground. Bzzz. A huge geometrical pattern suddenly expanded from the floor, instantly covering the entire hall and even the entire mansion. It spread all the way to the courtyard before disappearing with a spin. However, the disappearance of the magic formation didn't mean it didn't work. Both Wu Yan and Mikoto could feel some sort of power within their bodies being restricted. This is... Mikoto, who was standing a step behind Wu Yan, slightly frowned. She raised her hand and a weak electric current started flickering on her hand as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Looking at this scene, Mikoto's frown deepened. Electricity is restricted? Electricity. It's not just electricity. Rin Enben also took out a gem and threw it. Set, start. Suddenly, the beautiful gem turned into a stream of light and shot out, landing on the ceiling above everyone's head. It exploded, scattering a light belt made of pink particles, spreading in the air. Not long after, it enveloped the entire scene. This time, it was Chiju's turn to be confused. The crystal sword in her hand, White Cherry, trembled and fell to the ground. What's going on? Hinajaku gasped in shock. It's so heavy. If one looked closely, they would see pink particles wrapped around Chiju's White Cherry. It's like a chain between tangible and intangible. It's tightly bound to Chiju's White Cherry. It's even moving slowly. Come to think of it, the main culprit behind Hinajaku's white cherry blossoms must be these pink particles. Mikoto's electric current is severely restricted. Chiju's weapon is in a state where it can't be used. Just like that, the two girls' strengths were sealed by the other party. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at Rin Enben and Livia with a smile. Looks like you two are well prepared. Useful information must be utilized. This is the foundation of battle. Livia combed her long blonde hair elegantly. This is a magic effect directly activated by a magic formation carved out of the earth veins. The two of us spent a total of 5 hours to set it up. Unless you completely erase this terrain, the two beside you won't be able to use their abilities and weapons anymore. This effect will only last until dawn, so you can also stall for time until dawn. Rin Enben shrugged, but his gaze shifted to the ground without anyone noticing. Looking at Mikoto and Hinajaku, who was struggling to lift her crystal sword, Rin Enosaka gritted his teeth in his heart. Wu Yan's trio didn't know that Rin Enben and Livia set up this barrier to seal off the electric current and weapons. However, Mikoto was still able to send out a small amount of electricity. Hinajaku looked like she was having a hard time, but she was still able to wield her white cherry. These two young girls are monsters as well. Chapter 1482. Using the ley lines to draw a magic formation. Wu Yan looked at Rin Enben as if he remembered something. I see, I almost forgot that Fuyuki City is under the jurisdiction of House Enben. The so-called ley lines are the veins of the earth. Just like the human body has veins, the earth has its own veins. These veins are called ley lines. In this world, everything that could be called a ley line was connected to the source of endless mana. Therefore, the channels of the ley lines flowed with an unimaginable amount of mana. Due to the massive amount of mana flowing in the veins, it would definitely bring endless benefits to a magician or even a family of magicians. However, if there was a problem with the veins, it would also bring about a huge disaster. Because of this reason, those places where there were earth veins would generally be under the jurisdiction of a magician family. That was to say, they would look after the earth veins and maintain the normal operation of the earth veins so as not to bring a huge disaster to those places where there were earth veins. Under this premise, the magic families in charge of managing the land veins could freely use the massive amount of mana flowing in the veins as a reward for managing the land veins. There is such a ley line under Fuyuki City. The Magus family in charge of Fuyuki City is the House Enban. Whether it is investigating, using, or managing ley lines, only the Magus family in charge of the ley lines has the means to do so. Rin Enosaka used his status as the manager of the Enosaka family's land veins to borrow the mana of the land veins. Then he used it on the magic formation to create a barrier that can stop Mikoto's electric attack and Hinajiku's weapon. But, that's all he can do. It restricts the electric shock and also restricts the opponent's weapon. But you didn't restrict the mana. Wu Yan raised one of his hands. A whirlwind of mana appeared on his hand. It glowed and illuminated Wu Yan's smirk. That's not surprising. Once your magic power is restricted, you two magicians and two magical girls won't be able to use your magic power. In this kind of situation, you two magicians and two magical girls won't be able to do anything. I don't seem to be affected at all. So. Rin Enosaka and Livia both tensed up as they picked up the gems one by one. Next, we will attack you with all our might. After he finished speaking, the two gems flew up into the sky at the same time. Bzzz. As mana gushed out of the two gems, a dazzling light burst out. The entire hall was lit up like the center of the sun. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's vision were blocked. Careful. Chuju and Mikoto covered their eyes with their hands and jumped back. Snipe. Fire. The next moment, Wu Yan and Ko heard a delicate shout. Two magic beams, one red and one blue, pierced through the white space and shot towards them from the left and right. The target is Mikoto, who was the slowest. Boom, Mikoto's vision is completely blocked. Two magical beams mercilessly landed on Mikoto's body and exploded, creating a strong gust of wind that swept through the entire hall. In midair, Elia and Mikoto revealed a nervous expression. Did it work? How could it be that easy? However, the one who replied was a charming voice filled with heroic spirit as usual, causing Ilya and Mayo's nervous expressions to freeze on their faces. Elia, Miyusama. Dodge. At this moment, the ruby and sapphire wands shouted. The two magical girls panicked. They subconsciously followed their instructions and dodged. Almost at the same time, countless black afterimages suddenly shot out from the center of the white hall that was covered by the dazzling light. Carrying sharp whistling sounds, they brushed past Ilya and Mayo's bodies. Without losing any of its momentum, it shot forward and landed on the ceiling. Bam! In an instant, smoke and dust exploded, covering the ceiling that was shot. The ceiling was blown up without any suspense. A corner of the night sky was projected in. Seeing this, Elia and Mikoto's heart palpitated. They looked down at the center of the blinding light. Coincidentally, the blinding light dimmed down and revealed the scene inside. The two magical girls were able to see the original form of the object that almost hit them. Those were extremely fine black particles that could form a wave. Mikoto, who was hit by the magical beams of the two magical girls, stood there unscathed. She turned sideways and stared at the two magical girls with her tea-colored eyes. Around Mikoto, a wave of iron sand was rolling. Like a real wave, it was constantly changing its shape. It was this wave of iron sand that blocked Elia and Mikoto's attack. I'm sorry to tell you that my ability isn't purely for the use of electricity. Mikoto raised one of her hands and aimed it at Elia and Mikoto. I can also control electromagnetic waves and sense the subtle changes in the surrounding reflected waves. I can also act as a radar. That's why, those flashbangs are useless against me. I can also control electromagnetic force and gather the iron sand in the soil. Then, I can use magnetic force to make them move according to my will. Sealing my ability to generate electricity doesn't mean that I've lost my ability to fight. After saying that, Mikoto's hand that was aimed at Elia and Mikoto flickered with faint blue and white lightning. The iron sand swirling around him surged out and violently swung in the air, turning into black whip shadows. Whistling sounds could be heard as they ruthlessly whipped toward Ilya and Mayu. Physical defense fully activated. Elia and Mikoto were alarmed. They raised the wands in their hands and converted all of the magic power provided by the wands into physical defense. That was all she had time to do before the whizzing shadow of the whip struck the bodies of the two magical girls. Bam! Bam! Two consecutive heavy impact sounds reverberated in the air. Ilya and Mayo's small bodies were knocked down as if they were hit by a wall. They heavily smashed into the ground, smashing out two pits. Elia. Mikoto. Rin and Osaka and Luvia involuntarily took a step forward and grabbed the gemstones in their hands, intending to support them. Suddenly, several purple magic circles rippled in the air and surrounded Rin and Osaka and Luvia. Oh no! Rin and Osaka and Luvia's pretty face changed dramatically. Immediately, purple glowing chains shot out from the magic circles surrounding the two magical girls. Like arrows, they spun in the air and formed a circle around Rin and Osaka and Luvia. Then, they suddenly tightened. Before Rin Enbin and Luvia could even see the shadow of the purple chains, the chains had already coiled around their slender bodies. When they finally reacted, they could already feel the chains tightening around their bodies. They were tightly bound by the chains of discipline. With their bodies tightly bound, Rin and Osaka and Luvia let out a muffled groan at the same time. Then, the commandment lock tightened and pulled the two magical girls up and hung them in the air. Rinjijia. Rinjijia Luvia. Elia and Mikoto, who were struggling to get up from the two craters on the ground, saw this scene clearly and their faces changed. Only about a minute had passed since the start of the battle. In a short minute, Rin and Osaka and Luvia were captured while Elia and Mikoto were knocked to the ground. Although Rin and Osaka and Luvia didn't suffer any injuries, they were bound by the divine commandment lock. With their abilities, they definitely won't be able to break free. It was the same as losing the battle. Elia and Mikoto didn't suffer much damage because they activated the physical defense of their wands. However, they were still dizzy from the impact and couldn't get up. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Damn it. Rin and Osaka and Luvia started to struggle unwillingly. I think the two of you should save your strength. In the middle of the hall, Wu Yen, Hinajuku, and Mikoto maintained a triangular formation. None of them were injured, not even their clothes were messed up in the slightest, their expressions were as calm as ever. Wu Yen glanced at the struggling Rin and Osaka and Luvia, who were hanging in the air, and sighed. Although that chain isn't a relic, it's a legendary weapon forged by God. The two of you won't be able to break free with your strength. All right. Wu Yen looked at Rin and Osaka and the others. Hand over your rank cards. Chapter 1483. Hand over your rank card. The entire place was dead silent, whether it's Iria, Mio, who are still struggling to get up from the hole, or Rin Enbin and Luvia, who are still struggling against the discipline lock. All of them had a serious expression on their face. The gap between them is just too big. Putting aside the difference in strength, Rin Enbin had even used the earth vein to restrain the two enemies, but in the end, he had miscalculated. First of all, when they tried to use the flash to block Wu Yan's vision, they chose the wrong target to attack. They miscalculated Mikoto's ability. Mikoto's ability isn't limited to just electricity, she's also capable of controlling electromagnetic waves and electromagnetic force. With the ability to control electromagnetic waves and radar, the flash didn't work at all. Other than that, after her electricity was restricted, Mikoto can still rely on her electromagnetic force to control the iron sand to fight. Even though her strength is restricted, she still has a decent amount of strength. These two reasons caused the battle to tilt towards Wu Yan's side in less than a minute. Rin Enbin and the others are in a predicament. Actually, Rin Enbin and the others have seen Mikoto use iron sand to fight before. During the battle with the Berserker, Mikoto used iron sand to fight as well. However, at that time, the Berserker had already developed resistance against Mikoto's iron sand due to the 12 trials. The iron sand's effect was almost negligible. Therefore, Rin Enbin and Livia thought that it was just a normal method to contain the berserker's strength. That's how the battle started to tilt. Of course, the battle has just begun, it's too early to call it a day. Livia struggled to raise her hand. Her eyes sharpened. Sign. She didn't throw out any gems nor did she use any magic. Instead, she chanted the incantation to release the gems. In the next moment, the area where Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were standing suddenly lit up like stars. With a shake, a belt of light formed by particles gushed out. The three of them were trapped in the center. Wu Yan and Ko didn't expect something like this to happen. They raised their heads in surprise, but very quickly, their heads seemed to have become heavier as they sunk back down. Invisible shackle wedge, a magic formation rippled out from the ground where the three of them were standing. Then, it split into 4 other magic formations. They surrounded the 4 corners of the building, forming a square formation. Then, with the square formation as the center, the light ribbons formed by the particles started spinning like rings of light, turning into a black pillar of light that trapped Wu Yan, Hinajaku, and Mikoto inside. At the same time, a heavy pressure like Mount Tai came down on them. This caught Hinajaku and Mikoto off guard. Their physical abilities weren't that outstanding, and they felt a weight on their shoulders. Their delicate bodies suddenly became incomparably heavy, and they fell to one knee on the ground. This is Chuju and Mikoto, their eyes. A gravity-binding magic formation? Wu Yan resisted the gravity from all directions while looking around the magic formation. Did they bury the gems in the ground beforehand? Even if there's electromagnetic waves, they can't find the gems buried in the ground, right? Rin and Osaka tried his best to free up a hand and tossed out a gem. Set, start. The gem fell to the ground. With a roll, it rolled into the inner part of the invisible shackle. Like a bomb, its whole body shone brightly and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Amidst the explosion, flames and dust engulfed the invisible shackle as well as Wu Yan, Hinajaku, and Mikoto. Now! Rin and Osaka shouted. Fire! Scatter! Ilya and Mikoto, who were still lying in the hole, gave up on recovering from the dizziness. They focused on their vision and raised their wands. They aimed at the center of the fire and smoke. Then, a ring of runes began to undulate from the 2 wands. The runes slid to the top of the wands and turned into powerful magic cannonballs. They shot into the fire and smoke like an avalanche. Bam 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 bam, pink and blue magic cannonballs mixed together and randomly shot into the center of the fire and smoke. Sounds of explosions resounded from the inside, and the wind from the impact blew out from the inside. The ground shook slightly, and the fire and smoke became more vigorous. Almost every mana bullet that Elia and Meiyu used was like a real bomb that was constantly thrown into the center of the flames. Explosions rang out incessantly and the ground shook more and more frequently. The black smoke screen had already spread to the entire hall like a thundercloud, stirring up streaks of mana lightning within. After a long time, the shooting stopped. Huff, huff. Ilya and Mikoto stood up from the hole and panted heavily. TSK. Rin and Osaka tried to struggle again, but he couldn't break free from the chains around him. He looked at the smoke and smoke with his green eyes and clenched his teeth. Let's hope it's effective, it should have to take effect. Livia's pretty face was solemn. If it doesn't work this time, the 2 of us won't be able to help anymore. The 2 young misses from the magic families have used up all their gems. Since they are bound by the discipline lock, they won't be able to retrieve their gems, so they won't be able to use them. If they can't deal any damage to the enemy this time, they can only continue to be bound and act as bystanders. With so many magic cannonballs, even if that tea-haired girl uses her iron sand control ability to form a defense, she can't keep defending, right? Rin and Osaka didn't answer Livia's question. He continued to look at the smoke and smoke. Under the gazes of Rin and Osaka, Livia, Ilya and Mikoto, the smoke that filled the surroundings gradually dispersed. That is, when the 4 of them saw the situation inside, their pupils of different colors shrunk at the same time. The originally glossy and beautiful floor had been completely razed to the ground, exposing the ground under the floor. Moreover, it was bumpy and extremely messy. Black smoke and flames were everywhere, as if the scene after a fire. In the middle of the charred land, in the center of the black smoke, pitch-black giant swords were inserted into the ground, forming a square wall of swords, which was also emitting black smoke. Within the wall of black swords, Wu Yan, Hinajaku, and Mikoto are still standing there unscathed. Even the ground they are standing on is still intact, it didn't get razed to the ground. How could this be? Livia's eyes were filled with intense turbulence. Her face was filled with shock. Could it be that the tea-haired girl's iron sand can block so many magic cannonballs? No. That's not the tea-haired girl's iron sand. Rin and Osaka's face turned pale. That's that man's noble phantasm. That's right. The pitch-black huge swords sank into the ground and were absorbed by the crimson ripples. Wu Yan walked out with Chuju and Mikoto. His eyes were indifferent. It's my noble phantasm that blocked the magic cannonballs. It didn't even cause any damage. A drop of sweat slid down Ilya's cheek. How is this possible? Too strong. Mikoto clenched her teeth. It's too strong, there's no way we can win. Since you're well aware of this, then hand over your class card. Hinajaku dispersed the white cherry blossom in her hand, revealing a victorious expression. It's not that you have no chance of winning, it's that we won't lose. You should have noticed it yourself, right? Mikoto scanned the four girls one by one. Yen didn't initiate an attack from the start. In other words, they've already shown mercy. There's no need to continue this fight. Hinajaku advised. Let's just end this battle. Hearing this, Rin Tozaka, Livia, Ilya, and Mio all became anxious. In the end, what should he do? I'll say it again. Wu Yan's emotionless voice echoed. Hand over your rank cards. Chapter 1484. Rin Enbin, Livia, Iria, and Mio clearly heard the warning. Their hearts started to beat faster. No chance of winning. No chance of winning. His opponent this time was simply too strong. Not only were they as strong as the heroic spirits, but they were also unlike the heroic spirits that used rank cards to materialize. They lost their rationality and only knew how to destroy the enemy in front of them. This time, their opponents had no chance of winning. They were different from the heroic spirits that only relied on instinct to charge forward. This time, their opponents knew how to think. Just this point alone was enough to pose a threat to him. Rin Dosaka looked at Livia before looking at Mikoto, Wu Yan, Hinajaku, and Mikoto. She hesitated for a moment before looking down at Mikoto and Ilya. The hand that was bound by the lock of discipline moved slightly and touched his sleeve. When he touched something, the hesitation in Rin Enbin's eyes became even stronger. In fact, there was a gem hidden in Rin Enbin's sleeve. It was the level 8 magic crystal that Wu Yan gave him that day at the coffee shop. This magical crystal had already been remade by Rin Enbin, and not only did he remove all the mana in it, but he also removed all the mana in it. He had even infused it with the most powerful spell that Rin Enbin knew. Coupled with the powerful magic within the magic crystal, once it was used, its power would be comparable to a heroic spirit relic's attack. That was Rin and Osaka's true trump card. However, if possible, Rin Enbin did not want to use it. It was not that Rin Enbin did not want to use the gem, nor was it that he wanted to show mercy. It was just that he knew how powerful it was. Once he used it, he would not be able to stop. In this mansion, the area was limited. The people on his side would definitely be involved. Or even worse. The entire mansion could not be saved. Unless he wanted to risk his life, who would not hesitate before using such a dangerous item? However, if he did not use it, with the current situation, there was no chance of winning. Thinking about this, Rin Enbin's eyes turned vicious. Don't die, everyone. Then, Rin and Osaka curled his finger. He pulled out the jewel in his sleeve. However, just as Rin and Osaka was about to release the spell within the gem in her hand suddenly disappeared. What? Rin and Osaka's body trembled. This is something that Yen gave you. How could Yen not take precautions against it? Chuju slowly walked out from behind Rin. Her yellow-green eyes glanced at Rin as she tossed the gem in her hand. Let me take care of this for the time being, you. Rin and Osaka was shocked. You, when did you? Indeed, without a weapon, my battle prowess will plummet, unlike Mikoto who can still display considerable strength. Chuju smiled sweetly. But, even if I don't have any combat skills, it doesn't mean that I don't have any other skills. I just happen to be good at speed, specialized in speed. Moving from the bottom to here in the blink of an eye. That was no longer speed, but teleportation. Rin and Osaka and Livia were both stunned speechless for a long time. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated the two women by that man's side. Let me see. Chuju started touching Rin and Osaka and Livia's body. Wait. The two girls panicked. What are you doing? Chuju ignored Rin and Osaka and Livia's protest and continued to touch their body. Looks like the rank card isn't with you, then. Mikoto turned her gaze to Elia and Mio who weren't far away. The rank card is with you too, right? Hearing this, Elia and Mio instinctively revealed surprised and vigilant expressions and retreated. Bzzz, the purple magic array fluctuated from the void once again and stopped behind the retreating Elia and Mayu, blocking their path. Before Elia and Mio could react, the discipline lock extended from the formation and wrapped around their limbs. It tightly tied them up and lifted them off the ground. It's over. Rin and Osaka and Livia showed a bitter expression. It's over. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other, a trace of helplessness appeared in their eyes. At this point, Wu Yan's cold expression slowly turned gentle. He walked up to the two struggling girls and opened his mouth in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Thank you for your hard work. After speaking, Wu Yan looked at Mio's determined and relieved eyes. Then, he reached out his hand and took out a card from the card holder on Mio's thigh. It's a card with a picture of a black-robed sage holding a staff and the word caster inlaid at the bottom. Rank card, caster, a card made with a very high magic theory. It has the magical ability to trigger the power of a certain heroic spirit corresponding to the card's rank. The usage method is as follows: limited expansion, using the magic attire as the medium and the rank card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits. Materialize the heroic spirit's relic corresponding to the rank card and use it for a short period of time. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit's relic is the Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker. Parallel limited expansion, with multiple magic attire as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroes. Multiple heroic spirits relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized. The same relic can be materialized repeatedly. This is the overlapping expansion mode of limited expansion. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit's relic is the Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker. Dream summoning, using oneself as the medium and the rank card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits. Summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card and materialize it on the user's body. It can transform the user into a heroic spirit and obtain the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit is the rebellious witch in Greek mythology, Medea. Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker, a dagger that can break all magic. It's the ultimate magical relic. It can restore objects strengthened with magic and life created with magic to their original state. Its attack power is weak. It only has the lethality equivalent to an ordinary knife. However, its effect in breaking contracts is outstanding. Finally, after putting away the caster rank card, Wu Yan looked at Ilya. Give me the archer rank card as well. Ilya clenched her teeth and struggled with all her might, trying to break free from the lock of discipline. She had no intention of giving up at all. At the same time, Wu Yan extended his hand again and reached for the card on Ilya's thigh. No. Unexpectedly, Ilya's face was filled with excitement as she shouted loudly. I don't want. Ilya. Mio, Rin and Osaka, and Livia looked at Ilya, who was abnormally agitated in surprise. Even Chuju and Mikoto were a little stunned. Ilya. Seeing Ilya's agitated appearance, Wu Yan frowned. It's already over, don't. Ilya lowered her head and covered her eyes with her snow-like bangs. I definitely don't want. Everyone looked at each other in dismay when they saw Ilya acting like this. Is that so? Wu Yan was the only one who asked with an indifferent expression. Why? Because. Ilya's deep and low voice sounded from below her bangs. Because, as if she was malfunctioning, Ilya kept repeating the same word. It seemed like she was preparing for something. What's wrong? The girls all felt that something was amiss. Ilya? Standing before Ilya, Wu Yan also frowned because of that strange feeling. Because. Maintaining her suspended appearance, Ilya slowly raised her head and opened her eyes. Ilya's emotionless and cold voice sounded in everyone's hearts. Because, didn't we make an agreement? Because, everyone's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. That was because Ilya's originally ruby-like red eyes had turned golden at this moment. Bang! In the next instant, with Ilya as the center, a gale swept forth. Chapter 1485. Promise me that both of us won't have any regrets, okay? When Ilya saw the hand reaching toward her as if to end this battle, the first thing that came to her mind was the voice that made the promise with her. That's right, from the start, this battle wasn't a battle of life and death. It was to make sure that both of them won't have any regrets. No matter which side it is, even though they can't give up on the class card, they still won't give it up if they can obtain it. Thus, in the end, the battle began, to make sure that both of them won't have any regrets. To be honest, Ilya doesn't want to fight Wu Yan. When Ilya saw Wu Yan's hand reaching towards her, intending to take away her last class card, she secretly sighed in relief. This way, the battle is over. I don't need to fight Big Brother anymore. I've collected all my class cards. From now on, I don't need to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. Ever since Ilya nearly lost her life in the battle against the Berserker, she already had this thought in her mind. To Ilya, losing one's life in battle is too strange. She can't understand it at all. Part of the reason why he resisted the idea of fighting Wu Yan was because of this idea. Now, the battle is finally coming to an end. There's no reason to fight anymore. No need to fight anymore. Ilya, who was completely relieved, unintentionally looked in the direction of Rin Enbin and Livia as she waited for her class card to be taken away. On the staircase, Rin Enbin and Livia, who were tightly bound by the discipline lock, stared at this side. Their eyes were filled with disappointment, regret, helplessness, and a little bit of unwillingness. They came to Fuyuki City to collect their class cards because of the Magic Association's Time Tower mission. The class cards fell into Wu Yan's hands. Then. This means that their mission will be declared a failure. Once the mission is declared a failure, Rin Enbin and Livia won't be qualified to become the disciple of the second magus. Helplessness. Regret. That's natural. Ilya could clearly see the helplessness and regret in her eyes. His heart trembled violently. This battle was originally created so that no one would have any regrets. He had indeed lost, but the rank card hadn't been taken away yet. Himself. How could he give up just like that? To fight for the sake of not leaving behind any regrets. Therefore, before the in-service card was taken away, even if it was for Big Brother, for Big Sister Ling, and for Big Sister Livia, she absolutely could not give up in advance. Because, didn't we make a promise? In that instant, Ilya sensed. Something in his heart seemed to have broken. That thing that seemed to have been sealed in his body for many years finally burst forth. Boom. In the vast hall, a shockwave-like strong wind suddenly surged, turning into the most violent wind wave, regardless of whether it was friend or foe. With Ilya as the center, a frightening wave of air rose from her petite body. Like a storm, it swept out and affected the entire scene. Boom! Wu Yan, who was the closest to Ilya and standing before her, did not expect this at all. He was unable to react in time, and the violent shockwave was like an iron hammer. It heavily smashed into his body and sent him flying. Ugh! The situation was too sudden. Wu Yan did not even have the time to think about what happened. His body was hit by the shockwave and he was sent flying. He only stopped when he was far away from Ilya. This is... After stabilizing himself, Wu Yan looked at Ilya, who had become the center of the storm, with astonishment. Ah! Mio, Rin and Osaka, and Luvia, who were bound by the chains of discipline, also cried out in surprise as the wind blew. What's going on? Chuju and Mikoto returned to Wu Yan's side. They looked at Ilya with astonishment. What happened to her? Wu Yan did not answer Chuju and Mikoto's question. His wine-red eyes were fixated on Ilya, who was suspended in midair with her head lowered like Jesus. He clenched his fists. The storm that surged out from Ilya's body was all magic power. It was enough to rival the magic power of the saber, which could form a dense magic fog. This is troublesome. The storm-like magic power was like a pair of wind wings that erupted from Ilya's back and set off a stormy wave of wind. Kacha, from the center of the dense magic power storm, such a sound echoed. That was the sound of the discipline lock created by the gods cracking. As though it was hit by an invisible force, the commandment lock wrapped around Ilya's body trembled, and the purple light on its surface dimmed completely. Bang! Ilya didn't even move. The chains of discipline wrapped around her body suddenly exploded into fragments that filled the sky and scattered in every corner of the scene. Everyone present looked at this scene in shock. But an even more shocking scene was yet to come. The magic power storm that swept through the entire scene revolved and completely withdrew into Ilya's body. Her head was lowered and her expression could not be seen. A layer of gentle light covered her body. Ilya! The ruby cried out in shock, but Ilya let go of it without hesitation and it fell to the floor. Soon after, Ilya raised her head and revealed her golden pupils. Expressionlessly, she took out a card from her body. Then, the gentle light on her body melted and poured into the ground. Like a beating heart, it rose and fell and formed a red magic formation that resembled a circular door. Dream summoning. Following this emotionless and cold voice, the card in Ilya's hand turned into light particles that slowly dissipated into the air and entered Ilya's body. Bzzz, the door-like circular magic array spun, and dense mana storms emerged from the magic array and flowed into Ilya's body. In the next moment, dazzling light erupted from Ilya's body. Within the dazzling light, Ilya's clothes gradually disappeared. Her petite body was covered in a layer of magic power flames. The flames started burning all over Ilya's body. As if they were condensing something, they began to fluctuate. By the time the magic power flames disappeared, Ilya's clothes had completely changed. There was a black skin-tight garment on her chest. It covered Ilya's chest and exposed everything below her chest. She wore a short red jacket that could only cover her shoulders and arms. She wore a pair of black tights that reached her ankles, and a red skirt with a slit in the front that looked like a cloak. Her snow-white hair was tied behind her head. The skin on her neck flickered with a pearl-like luster under the light. Ilya's field? Phone? Eins Balin, level 75, Wa. Mio, Rin Enben, Luvia, and the others opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Dream summoning? It can't be. Hinajaku and Mikoto's expression changed as well. Isn't that the last of the 3 ways to use the class card? Using oneself as a medium to materialize the power of the heroic spirit on oneself? Doesn't Ilya only know how to use the limited expansion class card? Why would she use the dream summoning? No one could answer this question. Ilya, who was as cold as an iceberg, didn't give anyone the time to think about it. Tration, projection begin. An illusory halo formed by magic power formed a faintly discernible spherical object. It flashed in Ilya's hand. Ilya's emotionless gaze shot over like an arrow. A black longbow formed in the faintly discernible magic light ball and fell into Ilya's hand. At the same time, a sword that gradually became thinner appeared in Ilya's hand. Upon seeing this, Wu Yan's expression tightened and he shouted, "Back off!" Boom! At the same time, a laser-like arrow was released from Ilya's bow. The arrow tore through space and it arrived in front of Wu Yan in an instant. It sounded like a gunshot. Boom! Like a missile, the laser-like arrow exploded and burst into flames. It engulfed Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Chapter 1486. Looking at the area filled with flames below them, Rin and Osaka, Livia and Meiyu were dumbstruck. What happened? Livia had a dumbstruck expression. She had no reaction at all. Ilya. Rin and Osaka turned his gaze to Ilya, whose eyes had turned golden. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well. An intense fluctuation appeared in his eyes. How could this be? Even Meiyu was unable to maintain her usual indifference. Shock filled her little face. At this moment, Ilya's three companions were all shaken. They looked at Ilya, who gave them a completely unfamiliar feeling, and looked at each other in dismay. Evidently, they were also unable to understand why Ilya would undergo such a change. What they were certain of is that Ilya used a class card and completely transformed herself into a heroic spirit. In other words, the current Ilya has become an existence akin to a heroic spirit. This is a lie, right? This was the only thought that Rin and Osaka, Livia, and Meiyu had right now. But at this moment, the expression of Ilya, who was holding the black longbow, changed. Her empty hands suddenly moved, and a strangely shaped dagger that resembled one of the extremes of taiji appeared in her hand. Tightly holding the short blade in her hand, Ilya fiercely swung it. Bringing forth a sharp gale, the short blade ferociously hacked at a certain space beside her. The sharp short blade streaked across space. When it was about to reach a certain location, the space there suddenly fluctuated. A black silhouette appeared without any warning. Holding a nimble long blade, that black silhouette met the incoming short blade head-on without any hesitation. Clang! The long blade and short blade collided. A thunderous sound of collision mixed with ripples of energy rapidly spread out. The ripples of energy struck Ilya and the black silhouette holding the long blade. Pang! Both Ilya and the black silhouette retreated several steps at the same time, creating a distance between them. This allowed Ilya to clearly see the black silhouette's true appearance. Naturally, it was Wu Yan, strength. You've become a lot stronger. Wu Yan curled his lips. A trace of graveness could be seen in his eyes. He looked at the pair of emotionless golden eyes that were looking at him. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. You are Ilya, right? Ilya didn't say a word, as if she didn't know Wu Yan. She took a step, and with a faint stomping sound, she turned into an afterimage and charged at Wu Yan. In one hand, he held a short knife that looked like one of the extremes of Tai Chi. In his other hand, the black bow suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a matching dagger. Holding a pair of black and white short swords, Ilya raised them above her head and she slashed down at Wu Yan's head with an expressionless face. Looking at his appearance, it was as if he wanted to kill Wu Yan. Ilya. Seeing Ilya's merciless manner, he felt a chill run down his spine. Rin and Osaka, Livia, Mio, and the others turned pale with fright. Don't worry. Such a voice entered Rin and Osaka and the other two's ears. Chuju and Mikoto appeared at an unknown time. They stared at the two people fighting below and spoke without turning their heads. That little girl won't be able to hurt Yen. As if to verify the authenticity of Chuju and Mikoto's words, Wu Yan looked at the two daggers that were rapidly enlarging in his eyes. He clenched his fist and faced the charging Ilya from afar. A punch was thrown. The space in front of him shook violently. A sharp piercing sound could be heard. It was as if an invisible cannonball was shot out. With a sharp piercing sound, it violently shot out and collided with Ilya's dagger. Boom! The dagger that was hacking down stopped and collided with the invisible cannonball. The rebound force caused the dagger to tremble unceasingly. It was almost knocked out of Ilya's hand. Taking advantage of the moment when the dagger stopped, it was Wu Yan's turn to attack. His figure turned into a black shadow. Like a viper coming out of its hole, he moved to Ilya's side. Wu Yan tightly held Nyedan no Shana in his hand. Like a club, he directly smashed it towards Ilya's shoulder. Seeming to be able to sense the sharpness of the incoming attack, Ilya expressionlessly threw away the dagger in one of her hands and extended her free hand in the direction where Shana of the Niao temple came from. 7 blazing rings, lawayas. In an instant, a pink petal bloomed in Ilya's raised hand. Clang! Nyedan no Shana that carried a sharp edge ferociously chopped at the pink petal. The two collided. Nyedan no Shana seemed to have chopped at a wall, causing a clear sound of metal clashing. A cold glint flashed through Wu Yan's eyes. He twisted the arm holding Nyedan no Shana. With a bang, a burst of red lotus flames suddenly ignited on the dagger. The flames of the red lotus surged out like a tidal wave. Through the blade of Nyang Dian Shana, the flames climbed onto the flower shield called 7 blazing rings, lawayas. With a strange spin, the flames trickily spread and burned towards Ilya. At this moment, Ilya slightly frowned. Then, her expression became more and more indifferent. Ilya straightforwardly abandoned 7 blazing rings, lawayas, and allowed it to be covered by the red lotus flames. She leaned to the side and suddenly moved. Her body passed through the gaps between the petals of 7 blazing rings, lawayas, and rushed towards Wu Yan like a ghost. A faintly discernible light flashed in her hand. Once again, a pair of black and white daggers appeared in Ilya's hand. With a ka-chi sound, the daggers cut through the air and ruthlessly chopped towards Wu Yan's neck. Clang! As the daggers fell, Wu Yan did not dodge. With an expressionless face, he waved Nyedan no Shana and collided with the daggers. Once again, a clear sound was heard. However, in terms of strength, even if Ilya had transformed into a heroic spirit, it was absolutely impossible for her to compete with Wu Yan unless her dream summon was of a berserker rank card. Bam! Therefore, at the same time when the agile long sword collided with the black and white daggers, a vast force shattered the daggers in Ilya's hands. Ilya's pupils shrank. However, before she could react, Wu Yan raised his other hand, clenched his fist, and smashed it towards Ilya like a thunderbolt. It was such a short-distance attack and the one who attacked was an existence like Wu Yan. Even with the strength of a heroic spirit, Ilya could not dodge in time. Fortunately, although Ilya had transformed into an archer, the heroic spirit corresponding to the archer rank card was also extremely experienced in close combat. At that moment, almost like a conditioned reflex, Ilya raised her hand. A light flashed from her hand and turned into a dagger to block the incoming fist. Bam! In a muffled sound, the fist carrying a terrifying force was like an iron hammer that heavily smashed onto the dagger in Ilya's hand. Bam! The dagger shattered and scattered like powder. Ilya's slender hand also directly bore the remaining force, causing pain to her palm. The pain from her hand made Ilya frown. However, she still maintained an expressionless look. She turned her palm, spread out her 5 fingers, and pushed her palm towards the void in front of her as if she was clapping. She actually borrowed the force of this blow to turn around and hit Wu Yan's chest with her palm. Such rich close combat awareness made Wu Yan surprised and bewildered. Soon after, an interesting expression appeared on his face as he suddenly punched Ilya's palm. Pa! Ilya bent her elbow and dodged Wu Yan's punch. Then, she clenched her hand and the black and white daggers flashed in her hand again. She spun in the air and slashed at Wu Yan like a spinning top. Clang 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 clang, in the face of Ilya's ever-changing and skillful attacks, even with Wu Yan's skills, he no longer continued to fight with his bare hands. He could only raise his Nyendan Temple Shana. Under Ilya's violent attacks, he retreated while brandishing his sword to counter her attacks, neutralizing all of her attacks into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yan and Ilya exchanged a dozen blows. Even though Ilya took the initiative to attack, Wu Yan still managed to parry all of her attacks. For a moment, swords and sabers clashed, and the attacks were all fierce. Looking at the situation, if one of them was careless, one of them would suffer serious injuries. From the looks of it, the battle no longer looked like a competition for something. This was the real battle. Chapter 1487. Bang! Fierce magic power gushed out like a shockwave, pushing back Ilya who was attacking him. Ilya raised the black and white daggers in her hands and blocked the magic power wave that was rushing towards her. Protecting her slender body, she flew back and pulled away from Wu Yan who had ignited the magic power in his body. She lowered her body slightly and a vigilant look flashed across her golden eyes. Waving the Nyama no Shana in his hand, Wu Yan raised his eyes and looked at Ilya who was standing opposite him. Looking at her expressionless face, he frowned slightly. The Ilya in front of him did not look like the Ilya he knew at all. In the original plot, there was also a time when Ilya was fighting against a certain heroic spirit. Due to her own danger, she mutated and did not know how to use Dream Summon, so she used the Archer class card to perform Dream Summon. In the original plot, due to her own crisis, Ilya mutated and transformed into an Archer, heroic spirit. She was exactly the same as this Ilya in front of him. However, why did Ilya mutate like that? Why was she able to use the Archer class card to perform the Dream Summon without knowing how to use the Dream Summon? Wu Yan did not know. What he could be sure of was that the Ilya in front of him was definitely not Ilya herself. After all, it was impossible for Ilya to attack him so fiercely and mercilessly when fighting him. It was also impossible for her to be so cold and taciturn. Either this Ilya in front of him was someone else. Either Ilya has lost her original consciousness and is using some unknown method to fight against me. What Wu Yan cared about the most was the pair of black and white daggers that Ilya had been using since the beginning had been broken who knows how many times. There was also the petal-shaped light shield that Ilya had used not long ago, known as the 7 blazing rings. They were all noble artifacts. Not only the black and white daggers and the petal-shaped light shield, even the bow that Ilya used in the beginning and the arrow that was shot out. They were all noble artifacts. If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, it was a relic used by the heroic spirit of the archer that Ilya had transformed into. It looked like they were all replicas. It was a replica of another heroic spirit's relic. Of course, it didn't matter if it was fake or not. Those were all noble phantoms. Even if they were not as good as those genuine noble phantoms, their level and power were definitely inferior. However, they were superior in that they could be discarded at will and copied at will. Before their mana was exhausted, they would be inexhaustible, which was very convenient. In fact, the black and white dual blades that Ilya had been using had been shattered many times, but Ilya was still able to replicate them. After transforming into a heroic spirit, Ilya's strength was indeed extraordinary, to the point where Wu Yan had no choice but to take her seriously. Then, taking a deep breath, Wu Yan's majestic mana burst out from his body. Just a little, let's get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, purple magic arrays appeared around Wu Yan one after another. These magic arrays then took aim at Ilya like turrets. Ilya was secretly shocked. In practically the blink of an eye, from one of the purple magic arrays, a chain glimmering with purple lights suddenly turned into a fuzzy black line like a viper. It pierced through space and shot toward Ilya who was not far away. The tip of the chain was abnormally sharp. Moreover, it was faintly flowing with dense mana. Hearing the sharp sound of the chain piercing through the air as it shot over, it was clear that if one were to be pierced by it, it would be no different from being struck by a sharp sword. One's body would definitely be pierced through. Because of that, Ilya did not dare to be careless with the chain piercing through space. Projecting, raising her small palms forward, the black and white dual blades directly dissipated in the air. As if she was holding on to something, Ilya clenched her hand. A ray of light flickered from her palm and turned into a black longbow. At the same time, her other hand also flickered with light and turned into a spiral-like longsword. The spiral-like longsword gradually became thinner and turned into an arrow. Ilya placed it on the bow and aimed at the incoming chain. Boom! Immediately, magic power surged to the tip of the arrow, and as Ilya released her grip, the arrow turned into a beam of fire amidst a gunshot sound. It shot out and collided with the incoming chain head-on. Bang! A deep and muffled explosion sound was heard. A ring of flame-like energy ripples shook and reverberated in the air. As if an explosion had occurred in midair, a wave of fire was set off. However, the wave of fire did not last for long before it completely exploded. That was because, like the chain from before, 3 black silhouettes shot out from the other side of the wave of fire. Like crossbows, they pierced toward Ilya with sharp whistling sounds. Coldly looking at the 3 black silhouettes shooting toward her, Ilya waved her hand and 3 black longswords rapidly condensed in her hand. Then, they turned into arrows and were placed on the bow by Ilya again. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of muffled gunshots, 3 arrows suddenly shot out like lasers and collided head-on with the 3 chains. Clang! 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 This time, there was no explosion. When the chains and arrows collided, a burst of metallic sounds accompanied by sparks shook the atmosphere. Seeing that the battle seemed to be in a deadlock, Ilya's emotionless golden eyes flashed with inconceivable impatience. Soon after, Ilya extended her hand once again. Tration, projection begin. An astonishing burst of magic power burst forth from Ilya's hand. That was magic power more astonishing than any of the treasured artifacts that Ilya had replicated so far. Boundless magic power fluctuated and dazzling light flashed from Ilya's hand. A short moment later, a sword was condensed. It was a sword that seemed to be completely forged from gold. The sword's edge was golden, the sword's hilt was blue, and the sword's body was flowing with a chilly sharpness. Seeing such a sword, regardless of whether it was Wu Yan who was standing opposite Ilya or the many girls watching from the sidelines, all of their eyes trembled. It was none other than the Excalibur. Ilya had replicated the Excalibur. When she held the Excalibur in her hand, the Excalibur turned into a beam of light and condensed into a beam of light that was only as wide as a finger. Then, Ilya knocked the beam of light that was as wide as a finger on her bow. Bzzz. The space around the bow began to tremble violently. A circle of terrifying mana ripples slowly emerged from all directions and converged toward the tip of the arrow formed by the Excalibur. It was like a circle of shrinking ripples that condensed toward the tip of the Excalibur arrow. What a terrifying magic power compression. Rin Enbin, Luvia, and Mio revealed an astonished expression. Yen. Chuju and Mikoto involuntarily called out. Wu Yan's expression also changed greatly. He leaped and retreated. Of course, Wu Yan did not plan to run away. While retreating, terrifying magic power erupted from Wu Yan's body like a flash flood. A vast amount of magic power rapidly rushed through the space and unceasingly rushed toward the sky like a tide. With a spiral, it turned into a whirlpool like a black hole. The whirlpool gradually rotated. Every time it rotated, it would emit a fiery red luster. Not long after, bright red light filled the entire whirlpool. In the end, it emitted an extremely oppressive aura like a volcanic crater that was about to erupt. Seeing this scene, Ilya's expression fluctuated a few times. Then, her expression suddenly became serious. She focused, aimed, and released the arrow in her hand. Boom! A sound more oppressive than any of the previous arrows released by Ilya resounded through the sky. The many girls on the stairs covered their ears in shock. Soon after, the arrow of light carrying terrifying magic power ripples violently shot out. The speed of the arrow of light was so fast that it could even penetrate the obstruction of space. In a flash, it carried an astonishing amount of magic power and appeared only a few meters away from Wu Yan. Looking at this terrifyingly powerful attack, the faces of Rin Enbin and the others instantly paled. Even if they weren't in the center of the battlefield, they could still feel the terrifying power contained in the arrow of Excalibur. If they were hit by it, they would definitely die. But as the target, Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes. The magic power on his body suddenly revolved and poured into the fiery red whirlpool in the sky. An equally powerful and terrifying flow of mana surged out of the vortex and into the surroundings. Awaken Titan's hand. Following a shout, a huge fiery red arm over 10 meters long emerged from the red whirlpool. The moment that fiery red arm emerged, the surrounding space violently shook like an avalanche. Under the horrified gazes of many onlookers, the huge fiery red arm emitted an unusually strong pressure and mana fluctuation as it ruthlessly swung its fist at the Excalibur arrow that was shooting towards it. Boom! In the next breath, two attacks that contained an extremely frightening might collided in the air above the spacious hall. A thunderous roar resounded through the entire sky of Fuyuki City. Chapter 1488. Boom! An earth-shattering roar, centered on the Eiderfeldt's mansion, resounded throughout the night sky of Fuyuki City. Like an earth-shattering thunder, many people in Fuyuki City were awakened from their sleep, and they broke out in cold sweat. Even the residents of Fuyuki City had such an impact, let alone the many girls who were still in the mansion of the Eiderfeldts. The deafening noise was even worse. Even though they were prepared, many of the young girls watching from the sidelines were still shaken to the point that their ears buzzed. Even their vision became slightly blurry. At the point where the two extremely ferocious attacks collided, wave after wave of substance-like shockwaves crazily spread in all directions. Even space itself had become slightly distorted under this frightening shockwave and collision. It was an extremely frightening sight. Mikoto. Seeing that the shockwave was about to hit them, Chuju quickly shouted. Understood. With a single leap, Mikoto arrived in front of all the girls. With a wave of her hand, a wave of black iron sand gushed out from the ground. With a wave, it condensed into a thick wall, protecting all the girls inside. Boom! The oncoming storm mercilessly hit the wall made of iron sand, causing the black iron sand wall, which was at least 10 centimeters thick, to tremble violently. Cracks began to appear on the side of the wall that was directly hit by the storm. Below, Wu Yan, who was at the center of the shockwave, immediately waved his hand, and the space ripple of the Gate of Babylon expanded from the ground, and a huge black sword emerged from it, forming a sword wall to block the shockwave. Ilya also raised a hand and used a relic called 7 Blazing Rings, Lawayas. Pink flower petals blossomed and blocked in front of Ilya. Rumble, unfortunately, the Eiderfeldt mansion wasn't so lucky. Under the impact of the shockwave and the collision of the two attacks, the mansion's walls were shattered. Without any suspense, the walls of the Eiderfeldt mansion collapsed and scattered into rubble. The ceiling exploded in an instant, and the ground cracked inch by inch. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the ground shook violently. Boom! Not long after, the entire mansion exploded under the impact of the shockwave and the shockwave. With a loud explosion, an even more intense wave of fire was set off. The entire mansion was turned into a pile of rubble, under the protection of the iron sand wall. Although the girls were fine, they were still attacked by the shockwave and the shockwave. They screamed and hid behind the wall. They didn't even dare to move. The chains of discipline that bound Rin Enbin, Mikoto, and Ruvia had disappeared at some point. The three girls were hiding behind the black iron sand wall just like Hinajaku and Mikoto, hugging their heads with their eyes closed. Their minds were blank. The gravel flying in all directions was like bullets, wreaking havoc in the surroundings, and some even shot out explosively. Some moved like tornadoes, some moved back and forth, and some fell from the sky and smashed onto Hinajaku, Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Mio, and the others, causing them to cry out in pain. Wu Yan and Ilya, who were at the center of the shockwaves, were also engulfed by the shockwaves. The other girls couldn't see what happened to the two of them. Therefore, no one noticed that the 7 blazing heavens covering 7 rings, Lawayas, was being activated. Ilya, who was resisting the storm and waves of fire, suddenly lost focus in her emotionless golden eyes as though they had turned sluggish. At the same time, Ilya felt that her vision became blurry. In the next moment, Ilya lost her consciousness for a brief moment. The shockwave and fire that filled the entire Eiderfeld mansion continued to wreak havoc for an unknown amount of time. Only then did it slowly fade away, the area that was blinded by the shockwave. Gradually, it became clearer and clearer. Behind the iron sand wall, a group of young girls peeked their heads out, their hearts palpitating as they looked ahead. The originally luxurious residence had long since been reduced to charred rubble. Raging flames spread in the surroundings. The entire mansion has been turned into ruins. In the ruins filled with raging flames and scattered rubble, Wu Yan just so happened to walk out from the wall of pitch-black greatswords. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. Although he looked a bit wretched, he didn't receive any injuries. Seeing this, Hanajuku and Mikoto's faces relaxed. Rin, Tozaka and Mio also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's great that he's fine. Only Livia was frowning as she looked around the ruins. Just when everyone thought that she was feeling heartache over the destruction of her home, Livia said such a sentence. "Where's Ilya Fischl?" Hearing that, the girls were startled. They finally reacted and hurriedly swept their gazes forward. After searching for a while, not a single one of them discovered Ilya. Ilya. Rin, Enbin and Mio couldn't help but stand up and rush out. Chuju, Mikoto and Livia also hurriedly followed. "Where's Ilya?" The girls all came to Wu Yan's side. Rin, Enbin and Mio anxiously asked. "Where's Ilya?" "Ilya?" Wu Yan was startled. He frowned and looked around. Indeed, no matter where he looked, he didn't see Ilya's figure. "No, it can't be." Rin Enbin panicked. "It can't be that she's already, impossible." Wu Yan denied. "I saw Ilya using a defensive noble artifact. Moreover, the attack didn't directly affect Ilya's body. It's hard to say whether she's injured or not, but it's definitely not the worst-case scenario that you're imagining." Then, Rin Enbin looked at the ruins in a daze. "Then, where's Ilya?" Mio's eyes were filled with uncontrollable worry. In the end, she called out. "Ilya." Unexpectedly, this symbolic call received a response. "Woo, woo." In a corner piled up by rubble, a sound of shin-in rang out. I'm here, Ilya." Everyone's face lit up. They all ran towards the source of the voice. They turned around and walked into the corner piled up by rubble. However, in the next instant, the scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes caused everyone to be stunned on the spot. Ilya. Ilya. It's unknown who called out in disbelief, but no one had the time to pay attention to that. Everyone's gaze, attention and even the ability to think were all taken away by the scene in front of them. There, Ilya is holding her head as if she's having a headache. She sat on the ground and wobbled as if she's dizzy. Of course, that's not the reason why everyone became like this. The reason why everyone, including Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto, were completely frozen on the spot with their eyes wide open is because there are two Ilyas before them. That's right. There are two Ilyas. One of them is wearing ordinary clothes. She has snow-white hair and red eyes. She's the familiar Ilya. The other one was wearing the clothes of Ilya, who had just transformed into a heroic spirit. She had dark skin, silver hair, and golden pupils. She looked exactly the same as Ilya. The two Ilyas with identical appearances but different details are sitting on the ground. They're both holding their heads. It seems like they're in a dizzy state. But the people that saw this scene are actually in a similar state. They're also in a dizzy state. Wu Yan was stunned as he looked at the scene before him. His mind is so chaotic that he's unable to think properly. What's going on here? You. The familiar Ilya held her head and opened one of her eyes. Seeing everyone's stunned expression, she tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong with everyone? Before she could finish her words, Ilya also noticed that something's wrong. As if they've made an agreement, the two Ilyas turned their heads at the same time. Their eyes met. Then, both of them were stunned. Everyone fell into a state of bewilderment, not knowing what to do. The first one to react was the dark-skinned Ilya. Bang! Fiercely stomping on the ground, the black-skinned Ilya leaped up and jumped onto a pile of rubble. Her golden pupils swept over everyone present with a glance. There was an extremely complicated expression in her eyes. No one could understand what she was thinking. Then, with another leap, the dark-skinned Ilya leaped up and jumped over the Eiderfeld family's wall. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. They were completely unable to react. After a long time. Chapter 1489. Fuyuki City, the home of Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. This is where you live? After entering the house, Livia scanned the entire courtyard with a scrutinizing gaze. She only nodded slightly when she arrived at the hall on the top floor. Although it's a bit small, it's not bad. Small? Ilya looked at the hall that was 2 to 3 times bigger than her house and laughed dryly. Then what about my house? Don't compare me to you. I just want to live comfortably. Size is not a factor that I need to consider. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and walked to the sofa. Alright, no need to be so polite. Sit down. Hinajaku and Mikoto led Rindosaka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Mikoto to sit on the sofa across from Wu Yan. They looked at each other in confusion before sitting down on the sofa. As usual, Hinajaku and Mikoto stayed by Wu Yan's left and right as if they are leaving everything to Wu Yan to handle. One has to say, at this moment, the two of them gave off the feeling of a virtuous wife. Since Livia's mansion was turned into ruins by Wu Yan and the heroic spirit Ilya, Wu Yan brought all of them to his house. Of course, the reason why he brought Livia and the others to his house was not because he felt guilty for destroying Livia's mansion and wanted to keep them as his mistress. Instead, with the current situation, if they couldn't find a place to sit down and have a good chat, none of them would be able to sleep tonight. By the way, where's that old but vigorous butler of yours? Wu Yan asked Livia in confusion. I didn't see him today. Daoist has temporarily returned to the main family. Livia casually replied. Today's battle isn't something that Daoist can participate in, so I had him leave. Fine. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Then, he looked at the main character of the day, Ilya, who is looking very nervous. So, Ilya, don't you have anything you want to say? Say. Ilya tilted her head. Her big watery eyes were filled with confusion. Say what? Don't tell me you don't have any clue about the changes in your body? Rin and Osaka couldn't help but ask. That black Ilya. What's going on? Everyone's gazes gathered on Ilya at the same time, causing her to involuntarily shrink her head. However, her eyes were still filled with confusion and even some grievance. Even if you ask me that, I still have no idea what's going on. According to Ilya herself, when Wu Yan was about to take away her rank card, something came out of her body. She felt as if something was coming out of her body. Then, she didn't know anything else. When Ilya regained her consciousness again, it was already after the battle between Wu Yan and the heroic spirit Ilya. Another dark-skinned Ilya appeared. As for what happened in between, Ilya had no recollection at all. It was as if a part of her memory was suddenly missing. She couldn't connect the two at all. In other words, Wu Yan asked with uncertainty. You have no idea what you did. You don't even know that you used dream summoning? I can't remember anything. I only remember Onii-chan wanted to take my class card away from me. Then, my vision started spinning. When I recovered, that black guy appeared. Ilya hugged her head in frustration. She looked at Wu Yan with a pained expression. By the way, what is dream summoning? Dream summoning? Livia suddenly recalled something. Speaking of which, Ilya Field also said the same thing before he turned into a heroic spirit. What is dream summoning? Rin Enben looked deeply at Wu Yan. You seem to know a lot about it. This time, everyone's attention was focused on Wu Yan. Because of this, no one noticed that Mei Yu was looking at Wu Yan with a complicated and serious expression. It was as if this question wasn't a question to her. It was as if she was on a mission. Let me explain. The one who responded to everyone's puzzled gaze was Chuju, who was pouring tea. Hinajaku explained after looking at Rin Tobasaka's group of 4. The so-called dream summoning refers to using the same principle as the limited expansion to use the rank card. It replaces the process of summoning the heroic spirit with the magic attire, and uses the person's body as the medium to summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card and cover the person's body with it. Which is the so-called heroic spirit you guys are talking about? Mikoto looked at Ilya suspiciously. But why do you know how to use dream summoning? When you use the limited expansion, the user provides the rank card and the 2 magic attires with personalities use the rank card to connect to the heroic spirit seed of heroes and make contact with the heroic spirit's body. Wu Yan looked directly at Ilya. But the dream summoning requires the person to be the medium and use the rank card as the pass to the heroic spirit's seed of heroes to make contact with the heroic spirit's body and borrow the heroic spirit's power. If you don't know how to use it, you won't be able to use the dream summoning. Ilya, how did you do it? Even if you ask me that. Ilya's little face was bitter. She was in a dilemma. I don't know what's going on either. Hearing this, many people looked at each other helplessly. If that's the case, won't they be unable to solve the problem? Brother Wu Yan. Mei Yu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Why are you so familiar with the usage of the rank card? Hearing this, Rin and Osaka and Livia also realized what was going on. That's right. Why are Wu Yan and the others so familiar with the so-called dream summoning of the rank card? Even the Magic Association has only analyzed that the rank card can draw out the heroic spirit's power and use the magic attire to materialize the heroic spirit's relic. Other than that, they didn't get any other information. As for this dream summoning class card that could manifest the power of the heroic spirit in one's body, it should be the true way to use the class card, right? Even the Magic Association couldn't analyze the usage of this card, so how did Wu Yan and the others know about it? The reason we know how to use the cards is because we used a special method to analyze the cards. Wu Yan mused for a bit before he came up with an answer that is somewhat ambiguous but not without some degree of truth. However, all we've got is the usage of the rank cards and the information about the hero spirits and relics that correspond to each rank card. Apart from that, we don't know who made the rank cards, what they're made of, and how they're made. I see. Rin and Osaka and Livia lowered their heads and pondered. Mei Yu, who was staring at Wu Yan, softened her gaze and sighed in relief. According to what you all are saying. Ilya scratched her cheeks and spoke with an uncertain tone. At that time, I didn't know the true usage of the rank card, so I used the dream summoning thing. That's right. Mikoto nodded. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. That's why we're all curious about how you did it. Then. Ilya sighed. Could it have been that black guy who did it? That's the only explanation for now. Although I don't know what's going on with the black Ilya, she's still in her heroic spirit state. The archer rank card must be with her. Wu Yan pondered and said. No matter what, we should find the black Ilya first. Perhaps we can get the answer. Before that. Chuju's yellow-green eyes shifted to Livia and Mei Yu. You don't have a place to stay, right? Why don't you stay here for the night? Stay here? Mei Yu was stunned. Livia, on the other hand, frowned. No need, we'll just stay in a hotel. Bringing a kid to a hotel? You're really something. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Livia. It's already so late. I think all of you should stay here tonight. This. Rin Enben and the other 3 looked out of the window. They looked at each other and nodded. They agreed to it. Chapter 1490. Thus, no matter if it was Luvia and Meiyu who lost their residence or Rin Tozaka and Ilya, the four of them all decided to spend the night outside. Although this house wasn't very luxurious, it was still much better than an ordinary house. Furthermore, it took up quite a lot of space and there were quite a few rooms. At the very least, it was capable of accommodating 10 people. With the addition of Rin Tozaka, Luvia, Ilya and Meiyu, there was no problem at all. Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Mikoto, as the hosts, along with Mio, who volunteered to help out as a maid, cleaned up 3 rooms for Rin and Osaka and Luvia to share 1 room each, while Ilya and Mio shared 1 room. Originally, Ilya wanted to return home. But, since it was already very late and the sun was about to rise soon, she could only call home to report that she was safe. Then, together with Meiyu, she comfortably fell asleep. It must be said that, from a certain perspective, Ilya's mental state was truly very careless. Another version of himself appeared out of nowhere. He lost consciousness for no apparent reason. He performed a dream summoning for no apparent reason. He got into a heroic spirit form for no apparent reason. He got into a fight with Wu Yan for no apparent reason. He got into a fight with Wu Yan for no apparent reason. With so many things added together, it's enough to mess up a normal person's mental state. But, apart from being a bit concerned at the beginning, Ilya only ate when it was time to eat. She slept when it was time to sleep. Although she would sometimes reveal a confused expression, she wasn't worried at all. It was as if the person involved wasn't herself. As soon as she lay down on her bed, she immediately fell asleep. If this wasn't carelessness, then what was? If this had happened to someone else, it would have been a sleepless night for them. But, there were also people who didn't sleep tonight, on the balcony. A light breeze lightly blew the curtain of the opened glass door. It also blew the black hair fluttering above a pair of wine-red eyes. One of his hands was straddling the white railing that seemed to be made of porcelain. The other hand was holding several cards. Wu Yan was staring at them without blinking. After a long time, he sighed. Saber, swordsman, lancer, rider, caster, magician, assassin's assassin, berserker, until now. He had already collected 6 of the 7 class cards required for the second phase of the Demigod Path mission. It was almost done. As long as he could get the final archer job card, the second part of the Demigod quest would be completed, and Wu Yan would be able to take a big step forward on the path of becoming a demigod. It saved him a lot of effort. And all of this should have come to an end tonight. Who would have thought that something like this would happen at the very end? The archer that went missing is nowhere to be found, the second Ilya. The dream summoning that shouldn't have appeared. All of this messed up everything. Wu Yan had no way of predicting what would happen next. As for the original work, Wu Yan only knew that the 7 class cards were retrieved by Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio from the Mirror Realm and returned to their normal lives. After that, he didn't continue to learn about it. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't know if the Black Ilya would appear in the original plot. What he was sure of was that the archer job card must be with the Black Ilya. No matter what, if Wu Yan wanted to complete the mission, then it was necessary to find the Black Ilya. As for what to do after finding it, it depends on the situation. Looking at all the class cards in his hand except for the archer, Wu Yan muttered. What do you mean by depends on the situation? The moment Wu Yan finished speaking, a voice came from behind him and entered his ears. Wu Yan paused for a bit before he guessed the other party's identity from the other party's voice. He laughed out loud without turning his head. What? You haven't slept yet? Aren't you the same? With such an answer, the person came to the side of the fence. She put her hand on it and leaned her body on it. Her waist-long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her green eyes were like the surface of a lake, rippling with circles of waves. It was exceptionally beautiful. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Wu Yan couldn't help but look sideways. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This is the first time I've seen you with your hair down, Miss Rin. I don't know if there are people who tie their hair up when they sleep, but I don't belong to that kind of. Rin and Osaka caressed her black hair lazily. She didn't seem to notice that she was more beautiful than usual. She glanced at Wu Yan. Don't think that seeing my unexpected side will increase your impression. Unfortunately, I don't seem to care about my image in front of you. Don't care about your image? Wu Yan laughed bitterly. So what if she doesn't care about her image? With a good foundation, she would still be a beauty regardless of whether she wore makeup or not. No matter how rough her behavior was, there was a unique charm in her gestures. Rin and Osaka was probably this kind of person. Moreover, as the young lady of a prestigious family, Rin and Osaka was very concerned about her image in front of outsiders. Now, she said that she didn't care about her image in front of Wu Yan. Thinking about it, she more or less treated Wu Yan as one of her own. The two of them leaned against the railing of the balcony. They didn't feel sleepy at all. They raised their heads and looked at the night sky of Fuyuki City. They let the breeze caress their bodies and enjoyed the tranquility of the night. Under such circumstances, the two of them seemed to have gotten a lot closer to each other. What are you going to do next? After an unknown amount of time, Rin Tasaka stared at the night sky and spoke. Should I continue to search for the archer rank card? There's only one left. Of course, we still have to look for it. Wu Yan looked at the 6 class cards in his hand and shook his head. Why don't you tell me what you're going to do? You don't even have a single grade card in your hands anymore, do you? So, we don't have to decide what to do next. We'll report this to the Magic Association and let them decide. Rin and Osaka pursed her lips. Anyway, I'm not going to continue the mission and retrieve the class cards. I'm going to be fired. I'm going back to the chronometer tower to be a substitute chairman. I'm going to be a magic apprentice. Is that so? Wu Yan pondered for a moment and said. In other words, you're going to leave Fuyuki City tomorrow, right? I can't deny it. Rin and Osaka stroked her hair. But since we can't report to the higher-ups that we've dragged ordinary people into this mess, I'll only report to the higher-ups that there's another group of people collecting the cards. If we're fired and the people in charge of collecting the cards change, they'll look for trouble with you. Don't look for me. It doesn't matter to me either. Wu Yan shrugged and smiled. No matter who the opponent is, I don't think I'll lose. You're so confident. Rin and Osaka looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was a trace of resentment in her beautiful green eyes. Yeah, it doesn't matter to you who it is. Once I go back, you'll forget about me, right? Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and a faint smile appeared on his face. Miss Rin, you can't bear it? Can't bear it? You? Rin and Osaka sneered and turned her head away. Her ears turned red. Do you think it's possible? Who knows? Wu Yan spread his hands and hugged Rin and Osaka. You. Rin and Osaka's eyes widened as she struggled. What are you doing? I'm trying to confirm the feelings of a certain arrogant girl. Wu Yan held Rin and Osaka's waist tightly with one hand and pinched her chin with the other. He lifted her beautiful face up to meet his eyes. Wu Yan looked at Rin and Osaka's confused expression and smiled. Why don't we follow up on that kiss from last time? I'm warning you. Rin and Osaka's face turned red. Her eyes flickered and her voice became coquettish. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I can't beat you, then. Wu Yan slowly moved his face closer. Just think of it as me messing around. Looking at the face that kept growing bigger and bigger, Rin's pretty face became a mess of panic. Does he really want to follow up on that kiss from last time? Wait. Ugh. Rin and Osaka wanted to say something, but the short distance between them made it impossible for her to finish her sentence. In the end, Rin and Osaka's panicked expression reduced the distance between their lips to 0. Ugh. Rin and Osaka whimpered. Her slender hands kept hitting Wu Yan's chest in an attempt to make him stop. Unfortunately, Rin and Osaka's strength couldn't even kill a mosquito. In this situation, she was only trying to resist. Not long after, not only Rin's lips, but Rin's tongue was also easily subdued by the other party. Gradually, Rin and Osaka lost her strength. Under the moonlight, two silhouettes overlapped, as if they were close, as if they were separated. Chapter 1491. The next day, last night's battle started at midnight. After it ended, everyone went to Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's house to sleep. It was already 1:00. However, when they woke up, it was already 7:00 in the morning. It was very early. In other words, they only slept for about 6 hours. There was nothing they could do about it. Ilya and Mio still had to attend classes, and Rin Tozaka had to report to the Magic Association's chronometer tower. Luvia's house had already been reduced to ruins, and it was currently being concealed by a cognitive barrier. She also had to go back and deal with the aftermath. Therefore, even though they were a bit tired, the four of them still woke up early. Chuju and Mikoto were the same. They were more or less tired. But the guests were already awake. As the host, they couldn't just keep sleeping. With this thought in mind, the two of them woke up early. As for Wu Yan, he also woke up. It wasn't that he woke up. To be more precise, he hadn't slept since last night. He didn't want to go back to sleep. Instead, he personally prepared breakfast for the girls who woke up early. In the living room, the table that usually only had Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto was now filled with people. This rare lively scene made Hinajuku and Mikoto feel quite happy early in the morning as they sat on the two sides of Wu Yan. They happily enjoyed the breakfast that Wu Yan prepared. On the other hand, Luvia, Ilya, and Meiyu widened their eyes after tasting the breakfast. Shortly after, they turned into gluttons and wolfed down the sumptuous breakfast on the table without any regard for etiquette. Obviously, the three of them were conquered by Wu Yan's proud cooking skills. As for Rin Tozaka, since she appeared in front of everyone, she kept her head down and didn't take the initiative to say a word. Even when someone tried to talk to her, she was hesitant. Her behavior was very strange. Moreover, most importantly, Rin didn't even look at Wu Yan during the whole process. Even if their eyes met, Rin didn't say anything. She would turn her head away in a panic. This made others suspicious. Now, Rin Tozaka was the same. She sat furthest away from Wu Yan with her head down. Rin silently ate his breakfast. He didn't know if he tasted the flavor of the food. Only after careful observation did he realize that Rin Enben's eating speed was also very fast. In this harmonious atmosphere, the seven of them finished all the breakfast on the table. Yu. Ilya leaned back in her chair. Her face was full of happiness. I'm so full, it's still as delicious as ever. Hinajuku sighed as she cleaned up the table. It's been a long time since I tasted Yan's cooking, is it? Sitting, Wu Yan was confused. It shouldn't have been long, right? You haven't cooked since you came to Fuyuki City. Mikoto helped Hinajuku and showed an expression of reminiscence. I miss it so much, that's too much. Hinajuku blushed as she laughed dryly. Since we're living together, of course we're siblings. Don't you think so, Mikoto? That's right. Mikoto explained shyly. We're siblings. We're siblings. It's not the kind of relationship you think it is. Is that so? Luvia's face was full of doubt. But you two don't look alike at all, even the color of your hair is different. That's because. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and answered in unison. We're not born from the same mother. Such a sharp reason made Wu Yan, who had his mouth covered, almost fall to the ground. It's fine if you don't want others to know about your relationship because you're shy, but who would believe such a sharp reason? To Wu Yan's surprise, Luvia actually nodded and expressed her understanding. That's not surprising. With your strength, you too should be from a large magic family or faction. It's not strange for a large faction to have a few concubines, I think it's your father's private life that's not clean, right? Rin and Osaka sneered coldly. 100 deaths won't be enough for a fickle person. Hearing this, Wu Yan silently felt sad for his non-existent father who got stabbed in the back for no apparent reason. But that sadness was quickly dispelled by a sharp pain on his back. That's true. Chuju had a fake smile on her face. She continued to cover Wu Yan's mouth with one hand while the other hand moved to Wu Yan's back and pinched a piece of flesh. A fickle person should die 100 deaths, that's what I think too. Mikoto put on a fake smile. She and Hinajiku had a tacit understanding of each other as they pinched Wu Yan's back. If it's possible, I'd really like to electrocute those fickle people until they turn into frogs. All the women present, including Ilya and Meiyu, nodded in agreement. Wu Yan maintained his posture with his mouth covered. He looked at the girls nodding in agreement while enduring the pain on his back. He was crying in his heart. Chapter 1492. On the way to Suichuan Primary School, Wu Yan, Elia, and Meiyu yawned in unison. They looked exhausted. Are the two of you really okay with this? Wu Yan stood behind the two girls like a guardian and asked casually. You haven't slept well recently because of the class cards, right? Why don't you take a day off and have a good rest? No need. Mio shook her head. Her shoulder-length black hair swayed in the wind. We don't have to take back the class cards from today onwards. So, let's just hang in there for today. Me too. Elia rubbed her eyes and answered weakly. My family will definitely make a fuss if I use sleep as a reason for taking a day off, then forget it. Wu Yan shrugged. You two know what you're doing. Don't tire yourselves out, big brother, don't you look tired too? Elia asked with concern. Why don't you go back and rest? If you sleep now, you won't be able to sleep at night. Wu Yan waved his hand. Moreover, Livia also said that she usually asked the butler to drive Meiyu to school. Now that the butler is not around, Livia also needs to go back to deal with the aftermath. If there is no one to drive Meiyu to school, she is a little worried, so, I'm here, right? I can do it myself. Meiyu turned her head away unhappily. Why are you treating me like a child? But you're a child, aren't you? Wu Yan patted Meiyu's head and smiled. Livia must know that Meiyu is a child who lacks love. She wants to make up for the love you lost. Just accept it. Love, what love? Meiyu blushed and said in a mosquito's voice. That's not it, a child who lacks love. On the other hand, a question mark appeared in front of Ilya's head. Clearly, Wu Yan and Livia weren't the only ones who didn't know about Meiyu's past. Even Ilya, Meiyu's best friend, didn't know either. Perhaps it was Ilya, who spent the most time with Meiyu. He knew even less than Wu Yan and Livia. At least. Wu Yan and Livia both knew that Meiyu didn't have a good past, right? Ilya turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Where did Sister Ling go? Who knows? Wu Yan pursed his lips. He only said that he needed to report to the Magic Association's Time Tower. He didn't say anything else. Report? Ilya was a little worried. Is it about the job grade card? Both Rin and Osaka and Livia came to Fuyuki City to retrieve their cards. Now. Almost all of their cards were in Wu Yan's hands. The last card was mysteriously taken away by an unknown black Ilya. This caused Rin Enbin and Livia to not have a single class card in their hands, causing them to run into a lot of situations. This situation. It was already beyond Rin and Osaka and Livia's ability. It wasn't hard to understand why they would ask for help from the Magic Association's Time Tower. However, if Rin and Osaka really reported the situation here to the Magic Association's Time Tower, then the consequences would be very bad. It wasn't a big deal that the class card wasn't retrieved successfully. It was just a failure of the mission. The Magic Association wasn't some evil organization that would punish anyone who failed a mission. At most, they would fire Rin and Osaka and Livia and send another batch of people to carry out the mission. However, the two wands betrayed their original owners and found two ordinary 10-year-old children to retrieve their cards. That was a different story. Once the second mage, who sent Rin Enbin and Livia to retrieve the cards, found out that the two magician girls actually dragged ordinary people into this mess and even lost their magic wands, it would be hard for them to avoid some punishment. There was no way they could be apprenticed to Soren. This wasn't too bad. It wasn't as if Rin Enbin and Livia couldn't continue their magic research without a teacher. What worries her the most is that if the Magic Association finds out that Wu Yan has all the cards, they would send people to cause trouble for Wu Yan, wouldn't they? This was what Ilya was worried about. Don't worry. As though he could see the worry in Ilya's heart, Wu Yan comforted her with a gentle smile. Young Miss Lin said that she will only report some selective situations. She probably won't report the things that involve you all. What about you, big brother? Ilya's face was still filled with worry. If Sister Rin reported your situation to the Magic Association, they would definitely come to trouble you, right? Hearing this, Meiyu also turned her head with a worried look on her face. I think you're worried about the wrong thing. Wu Yan chuckled. Do you think I'm someone who can cause trouble for anyone? Ilya and Meiyu were stunned. I don't think the Magic Association can cause me much trouble. Wu Yan smirked. Although I'm not strong enough to threaten the entire Magic Association, I'm not someone to be trifled with. With the help of Chuju and Mikoto, I'm afraid the Magic Association will have to pay a price if they really want to trouble us. I don't agree with Brother Wu Yan having a conflict with the Magic Association. Meiyu looked serious. If that's the case, Brother Wu Yan and Ling and Livia who belong to the Magic Association will become enemies. No one wants to see this happen. That's right. Ilya nodded in realization. If that really happens, Big Brother, Sister Rin, and Sister Livia will be in a difficult position, right? You're worrying too much. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he rubbed the heads of the two little girls. No matter what, that's just your guess. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Don't think too much about it. After saying that, he pushed the two magical girls who couldn't let go and the three of them continued to walk on the road to the Suichun Academy Primary School. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed from one corner behind Wu Yan, Ilya, and Meiyu at lightning speed to another corner. In front, Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked behind him. There was nothing there. Everything was as usual. Glancing at every corner behind him, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Just now, what's wrong? The two little girls turned around and looked at Wu Yan strangely. Wu Yan opened his mouth slightly and closed it. He shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. Let's continue walking. After glancing at the road behind him, Wu Yan brought Ilya and Meiyu and walked forward while chatting and laughing. On the street, at the top of a telephone pole, a figure suddenly appeared and stood there. She raised her eyes and looked at Wu Yan, Ilya, and Meiyu who were chatting and laughing as they walked forward. It was a young girl dressed in strange clothes. She was wearing a tight black short top and a pair of tight black shorts. It looked like a bikini swimsuit. It was very revealing. A red coat that could only cover her shoulders and arms. Her lower body was wrapped in a red cloak-like skirt. On her back, a black wing-like cloak fluttered in the wind. Regardless of whether it was the coat, skirt, or cloak, a part of them seemed to have been deliberately torn. However, they did not appear to be in a sorry state. Instead, they appeared to be very coordinated. When paired with the swimsuit-like tight clothes, it gave off a refined feeling and a bit of emotion. Her long silver hair was tied up at the back of her head, and her pupils were an amber-like gold. The little girl's appearance was only about 10 years old, but her skin was quite dark, giving off an exotic feeling. As for the little girl's appearance, she looked exactly the same as Ilya. She was the Black Ilya. Big Brother is also here? Just like Ilya herself, her tone leaned toward playfulness. The Black Ilya stared at the three people walking together below and revealed a thorny expression. Forget about Meiyu. Even Big Brother is also here. It's not easy to make a move. Standing at the top of the telephone pole, the dark-skinned Ilya's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the end, her face fell as if she had given up. Forget it. I'll find an opportunity to make a move. The dark-skinned Ilya's line of sight followed Ilya as she looked at Ilya, who was chatting and laughing with Wu Yan and Meiyu. She clenched her teeth in envy. Just you wait. Soon, that happiness will be mine. After saying those words, the dark-skinned Ilya's body flashed and disappeared. Mimi put her little face in front of Ilya and Meiyu, lowered her voice and asked in confusion. That. He is, you're Ilya and Meiyu's classmates, right? Without waiting for Ilya and Meiyu to answer, a smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. He squatted down and patted Meiyu's head. Hello. I'm Meiyu's brother. Please take care of me. Meiyu's brother? The three little girls and Ryuko, who was knocked to the ground, were stunned on the spot. Meiyu's brother? Ilya also looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Brother. Meiyu muttered this word in a daze. It was as if she found it hard to believe that this word appeared. Thank you for taking care of my Meiyu. Ignoring the fuss of the little girls, Wu Yan acted as if he was really Meiyu's brother. While patting the head of Meiyu, who was looking at him in a daze, he entered into his role courteously. This child is usually quiet and not very good at expressing herself. I was worried that she would not be able to make friends in school. Now, I can finally rest assured. Please take care of Meiyu in all aspects, and no. The four little girls finally reacted. Looking at the amiable smile on Wu Yan's face, they bowed in a somewhat reserved and shy manner. You're too courteous, sorry for the trouble. With an unchanging smile, Wu Yan took a step back. Then, I'll go back first. Meiyu and Ilya, remember to get along well with everyone, why yes. Seeing Wu Yan, who suddenly transformed into the big brother next door, Ilya's reaction was slow by half a beat. Be big brother, be careful on your way back. Be careful on your way back. Brother Wu Yan. Meiyu also said goodbye to Wu Yan shyly. Seeing the two little girls being caught off guard, Wu Yan's eyes revealed a teasing and mischievous expression. He waved his hand and walked to the other side, leaving the scene. The group of 6 little girls had been staring at Wu Yan's back in a daze. They watched him leave and only returned to their senses after a long time. Is that Meiyu's brother? Meiyu's little hands clasped together in front of her chest, revealing an intoxicated expression. So gentle, so polite, and his eyes are so beautiful, just like His Royal Highness, and he's easy to get along with, just like an adult. Naimi could not help but exclaim. Meiyu actually has such a brother? We didn't know, brother Wu Yan, he. Meiyu blushed and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. He has always been like that, I don't think so. Long Zi curled her lips. My brothers are definitely stronger than Meiyu's brother. No. Ilya could not help but ridicule. Let's not talk about whether or not we're talking about strength now. Even if we're talking about strength, your brothers are definitely not as strong as Big Brother even if they're in a group. Are you two biological siblings? Meiyu asked doubtfully. It doesn't feel like it, no. Meiyu quickly shook her head. Brother Wu Yan is not my biological brother. He's just an adopted brother, right? Kei Hua snickered mischievously and looked at Meiyu mockingly. Could it be that Meiyu also likes her adopted brother like Ilya? Meiyu's face flushed red. Oh, the 4 little girls looked as though they had seen a new continent. She's wavering. Wait. Ilya could not help but stand out and widen her eyes. What did you mean by, like Ilya, just now? The 4 little girls looked at Ilya in disbelief. Isn't that the case? No, it's not. The 4 little girls looked at each other and answered in unison. Liar, huh? Ilya was petrified. But, Ilya seems to be very familiar with Mayo's older brother. This time, it was Naimi's turn to snicker mischievously. Ilya, don't tell me that you like someone else's adopted brother? Why you? Ilya's cheeks were so red that blood was about to drip out. She screamed frantically. What nonsense are you all talking about? Oh, the four little girls screamed again. Ilya is wavering too. So, she really likes someone else's adopted brother? She's so obsessed with her brother. It's a little scary. Hey, is that adopted brother very strong? Can he make hamburgers? Can he sing? A adopted brother who can't sing isn't a good adopted brother. What kind of logic is that? Ilya. Even Mayu looked at Ilya suspiciously and spoke hesitantly. Could it be that you really like brother Wu Yan? Ilya's face was so red that it turned green. Hearing the ridicule from her friends, she was finally unable to bear it anymore and rushed toward the four little girls. I already said that I'm not, but, at the same time that Ilya rushed out, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air resounded in the surroundings. A black silhouette streaked across space like a bullet, cutting through layers of air currents and explosively shooting toward Ilya's original location. Soon after, it landed on the ground where Ilya was a second ago. Boom, it was as if something had exploded. The ground there suddenly burst open, and a small hole was blasted open. The sudden explosion scared the four little girls so much that they screamed. It also scared Ilya and Mayu. They immediately turned their heads and looked at the ground. There, a black arrow was stuck in the center of the small crater created by the explosion. The tip of the arrow was flickering with cold radiance. Chapter 1494. The sharp end of the pitch-black arrow was inserted into the center of the small crater. Smoke and dust filled the surroundings and dissipated with the wind. Looking at this scene, everyone present was stunned. For a while, they were unable to react. Ilya had a bewildered expression. What's going on here? Arrow. Mei, Xiaohua, Long Zi, and Nai Gui looked at the pitch-black arrow on the ground in a daze. There's an arrow. It's coming. It's an attack. Mayu instantly deduced. Her small hand reached into her school bag and grabbed the sapphire. She looked at a certain direction with vigilance. Where did the attack come from? From the root of the arrow on the ground, it was very easy to deduce where the arrow came from. However, when Mayu looked in that direction, there was nothing there. There was only a cat that climbed up to the roof. Seeing this, Mayu's eyes gradually narrowed. It was impossible for someone to shoot an arrow for no reason. Moreover, the arrow that was shot was so powerful that it could shatter the ground. Just now, someone must have deliberately shot that arrow at Ilya. Moreover, judging from the destructive power of the arrow, that person was not an ordinary person. Magician. Mayu tightly held the sapphire in her school bag. Mayu. Ilya's brain recovered. She came to Mayu's side and asked nervously. What's going on here? I don't know. Mayu looked around and said with a grave expression. However, someone must be trying to attack Ilya. Me? Attack me? Shock appeared on Ilya's face. But I don't have any enmity with anyone. Mayu also became uncertain. She looked at Ilya and then looked at the four girls who were still in a daze. She shook her head. In short, it's too dangerous to continue staying outside. Let's go to the classroom. I understand. Ilya quickly nodded. Pushing the back of the four little girls, Ilya ran into the school building as if she was fleeing. Mayu observed the surroundings and walked at the back. Only when she truly didn't discover anything did she turn around and run into the school building. As if it was timed perfectly, the bell signaling the start of class rang throughout the entire school. Surprisingly, it was time for class. Thanks to this, the scene just now was not witnessed by anyone else. Only a small hole was left at the scene, and the pitch-black arrow landed with a bang in the blink of an eye. It shattered into pieces and disappeared without a trace. In the distance, on the roof where a cat was crawling, a petite figure suddenly appeared out of thin air without any warning. The lazy cat was so scared that it let out a shriek and jumped off the roof. He was holding a black bow with a handle in the middle. The black wing-like cloak and the red skirt around her waist fluttered up and down. Her golden eyes stared intently at the small crater that was blasted open below. The dark-skinned petite girl, who looked exactly like Ilya, sighed. Did I fail? The dark-skinned Ilya released the black bow in her hand and it disappeared into thin air. The dark-skinned Ilya opened her amber-like eyes and looked at the school building of the private Suichun Academy Primary School. She muttered to herself. She went to the classroom. It won't be easy to make a move like this. After all, I can't let anyone witness Ilya's death. The dark-skinned Ilya laughed self-deprecatingly. That's true, but I still couldn't help but make a move just now. Mei Yu and Mei Mei were clearly nearby. So, if you can tell me the reason why you couldn't help but make a move, I think I'll be very happy. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the dark-skinned Ilya and entered her ears. The dark-skinned Ilya's golden pupils shrunk slightly and she leaped onto the roof of another house. She distanced herself from that voice. Unfortunately, this action was completely meaningless. How about we stop for a moment? As soon as the dark-skinned Ilya leaped onto the roof of another house, the same voice sounded behind her again. Not only that, but a hand was also placed on her shoulder. Unless you directly jump to the other side of this world, it's useless for you to distance yourself from me who knows how to teleport. The dark-skinned Ilya's pretty face changed and her expression froze. At the next moment, the space around the dark-skinned Ilya suddenly fluctuated and distorted. Amidst a slightly surprised voice, the dark-skinned Ilya seemed to have blended into the space. In a flash, she disappeared on the spot, and when she reappeared, she was already on the roof of another house. That was also spatial transference. Oh. After the surprised voice, the person let out an unexpected exclamation. So, you also know how to teleport? The dark-skinned Ilya didn't answer. She clenched her slender hand and a pair of black and white daggers that resembled the yin and yang of Tai Chi appeared in her hand. Lifting her head and staring ahead, the dark-skinned Ilya finally saw the full appearance of the person who came. She was stunned and exclaimed in surprise. Big brother? The person who came was naturally Wu Yan. Good girl. Wu Yan shrugged. However, his eyes were still fixed on the dark-skinned Ilya. That sneaky shadow just now was you, right? You even know how to teleport. How surprising. Because I saw you use it before, big brother. The dark-skinned Ilya concealed the surprise on her face and replaced it with a playful smile. It seemed quite convenient, so I used it too. Are you trying to say that you learned how to teleport after only seeing it once? Wu Yan twitched his brows. Then, you're really a genius. No. I didn't learn how to teleport. The dark-skinned Ilya replied with a sly expression. I don't know how to teleport, nor do I know how to do it. I just wanted to teleport and directly use the effect of teleportation. As for the process, I don't know at all. Hearing that, Wu Yan frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean? The dark-skinned Ilya giggled. Why don't big brother take a guess? I can't guess. Wu Yan straightforwardly gave up. Why don't you tell me what you think? Ah, that's too boring. The dark-skinned Ilya spread out her hands holding the black and white daggers and made a helpless expression. More or less, let's make a guess. Maybe big brother will really know the answer. Wu Yan didn't say anything else. He stared at the dark-skinned Ilya. After a long time, he chuckled. Looks like I won't be able to get any answers from you. How can that be? What does big brother want to know? I'll definitely answer truthfully. The dark-skinned Ilya said half-jokingly. If it's a question that can be answered. Is that so? Wu Yan sighed as if he gave up. Forget it, I'll bring you back first. Oh. You're planning to use force? The dark-skinned Ilya smiled carelessly. However, the expression in her eyes turned serious. Although Big Brother is indeed very strong, aren't you looking down on me a little? I know you're borrowing the power of an archer. Your power is equivalent to a heroic spirit. Wu Yan raised one of his hands. A magical whirlwind appeared on it. It's a pity that I've killed 3 or 4 heroic spirits, is that so? A sharp glint flashed through the dark-skinned Ilya's eyes. If you can do it, then come and try. After saying that, the dark-skinned Ilya crouched down and instantly disappeared. She suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yan. She raised the black and white daggers in her hands and mercilessly chopped down. Seeing the black and white daggers chopping down with ferocious force, Wu Yan slowly raised his hand that was surging with magical whirlwind. Gulp, just as the two of them were about to collide, a strange sound came from the dark-skinned Ilya. The dark-skinned Ilya's body froze. Wu Yan was stunned. The two of them were petrified on the spot as if time had stopped. Soon after, they lowered their heads and looked at the source of the sound. It was the stomach of the dark-skinned Ilya. The air froze. Chapter 1495. Fuyuki City, a family restaurant. Sitting at a table, Wu Yan placed one hand on the table and supported his chin. He looked at the opposite side with a helpless expression on his face. On the other side, the dark-skinned Ilya had already changed out of her strange clothes and put on an ordinary t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Her silver-colored hair draped over her shoulders and behind her head. Only one side of her head was tied up. Coupled with her dark skin, she looked just like a wild child. At this moment, on the dining table in front of the dark-skinned Ilya, messy plates stained with all sorts of sauces were piled up on both sides of her. The plates filled with dishes in front of her were also rapidly decreasing in size as they were swept clean. Without a care for her image, the dark-skinned Ilya wolfed down her food like a hungry ghost. Her actions of sweeping the plates caused the sound of plates colliding with each other to reverberate in the family dining room, attracting the attention of many people. That child can eat so much. How many plates has she eaten? 10 plates? I think it should be 20 plates. She looks so hungry. So pitiful. Is that man the child's father or brother? Don't tell me he doesn't give the child food to eat. What a sin. Along with the sound of such whispers, the surrounding people were all stunned. Gazes of disdain, sympathy, and pity landed on Wu Yan and the dark-skinned Ilya. This caused the corners of Wu Yan's eyes to twitch. The expression on his face became even more helpless. At this moment, Wu Yan thought to himself, out of sight, out of mind, out of mind, out of mind, out of mind. He ignored the whispers in the surroundings and looked at the dark-skinned Ilya who was wolfing down her food. Level 75. When this information was fed back to Wu Yan from the system, Wu Yan frowned. What does mean? Does it mean that even the system can't detect her true identity? Or does it mean that she doesn't have a name? After an unknown amount of time, the dark-skinned Ilya finally stopped eating. She piled the clean plates on the table to the side. She rubbed her belly and revealed a satisfied smile. I'm full, I'm full. Your appetite is really amazing. Wu Yan suppressed the doubts in his heart and rolled his eyes at the dark-skinned Ilya. Are you that hungry? Of course I'm hungry. The dark-skinned Ilya waved her hand casually. I haven't eaten anything since I was born yesterday. How can I not be hungry? You haven't eaten since yesterday? Wu Yan was slightly surprised. Why? Why? The dark-skinned Ilya's face isn't the reason. She still had that faint smile on her face. However, a trace of sadness appeared in the dark-skinned Ilya's amber eyes. She said such a sentence. Because I have nowhere to go and I have no money to buy food. Hearing such an answer, Wu Yan felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The expression on his face was completely restrained. In the air, an indescribable sense of heaviness seemed to be pressing on the hearts of the two people present. The two of them stopped talking for a while and became silent. Are you Ilya? After a moment of silence, Wu Yan was the first to speak. Should I call you Ilya? Or should I call you Black Ilya? What Black Ilya? The dark-skinned Ilya's depressed expression collapsed and she said angrily. I'm Ilya. There's no need to add black. Is that so? Wu Yan curled his lips. But other than your appearance, you're completely different from the Ilya I know. I'm also very glad about this. I'm able to have my own personality and character. The dark-skinned Ilya spread her hands and pondered for a moment before grinning. Chloe. Phone. Einsbellen. Chloe. Phone. Einsbellen. Wu Yan blinked his eyes, he didn't know what's going on. What do you think of this name? The dark-skinned Ilya smiled mischievously. It sounds much better than Black Eliza. Otherwise, Big Brother, you can just call me Little Black. Wu Yan reacted after hearing that. At the same time, the feedback from the system's perception changed. Chloe. Phone. Einsbellen, level 75. This time, Wu Yan's question was answered. It wasn't that the system couldn't detect the other party's true identity, but that the system had Chloe. Phone. Einsbellen, Blackie didn't have a name in the beginning. Then I'll call you Blackie. Wu Yan looked into Blackie's eyes. I have a lot of questions. Can you please answer them? Well. Didn't I tell you from the beginning that I'll answer honestly no matter what Big Brother wants to know? Blackie narrowed her eyes. As long as it's something I can answer. In other words, you won't answer if you don't want to, right? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. You're so cunning. At least Big Brother can be sure that the answer to your question is unknown. Blackie imitated Wu Yan. She placed one hand on the table and held her cheek. Her amber eyes stared straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. She had a meaningful smile on her face. An unknown answer is better than a false answer, right? Yes. Indeed, if Blackie chose to answer but gave a false answer, it would be more troublesome than not answering at all. You're really good at talking. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about the questions he wanted to ask. Well then, let me ask you a question that concerns me the most. Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes and his emotionless voice echoed in the room. The Archer rank card is in your hands, right? Yes. In my hands? Blackie's smile didn't fade but the smile in her eyes was gone. Xiao He raised his hand and placed it on his chest. Xiao He's voice became ethereal as it slowly entered Wu Yan's ears. To be more precise, it's in my body. In your body? Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. His face darkened as if he thought of something. Could it be? It seems like Big Brother has already guessed it. Blackie tilted her head and said something that made the situation worse. The Archer card is in my body. Because I was attached to the Archer card, I was miraculously born. If Big Brother wants to get the Archer card, then you have to kill me. The atmosphere dropped to the freezing point after Blackie's words. An even heavier and more oppressive feeling than before drilled into the hearts of the two. Wu Yan and Xiao He looked at each other with uncontrollable ripples in their eyes. It took them a while to calm down. Big Brother, like Rin and Livia, you came to Fuyuki City for the Archer card, right? It was unknown if Blackie was urging something, or if it was anxious to know something, but an indescribable look flashed across its eyes. Right now, the Archer card is in my body. If you don't kill me, you won't be able to achieve your goal. Wu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Do you really want me to kill you? No. Blackie smiled calmly. Of course not. I just want to know Big Brother's answer. Wu Yan didn't insist on looking at Blackie. He closed his eyes. Blackie's smile slowly disappeared. She stared at Wu Yan with an inexplicable sadness on her face. It was as if he was preparing to cut something important in half. However, this expression quickly disappeared. I can't do it. Blackie was stunned. She looked at Wu Yan in surprise. What did you say? Sigh. Sigh. Wu Yan bitterly smiled as he stood up. I said, I might not be able to do it. Wu Yan turned around and left without looking back. Blackie sat there in a daze. After a long time, he smiled. Big brother is really gentle. Chapter 1496. Phew, once he got home, Wu Yan seemed to have lost all his strength. He leaned all his weight on the sofa and sat down. One of his wrists is facing away from him. He placed it on his forehead and looked at the ceiling quietly. His pupils are not focused at all, it's as if he's lost in thought. His thoughts are drifting away along with his emotions. The situation had really reached a very bad point. Chloe. Phone. Einsbellen. This little girl who was just born yesterday and only got a name today, she didn't even know what her existence was. Suddenly, she barged into the dispute of the class card. Now, it seemed like she was involved in a very cruel fate. The archer rank card was inside Xiao Hei's body. On top of that, according to Little Blackie, the archer had become the existence that Little Blackie attached itself to. If he wanted to get the archer rank card, the only way was to kill her. In other words, even if Wu Yan doesn't kill Blackie and take back the archer class card, those who want the card, such as the Magic Association, will come after Blackie's life. Isn't this fate cruel? Wu Yan didn't know what kind of existence this girl he called Xiao Hei is, why she appeared, why she was born, and why she was born by attaching herself to the archer class card. However, the archer rank was stuck in Lil Hei's body, or rather, in her body. There was no mistake about that. This is going to be troublesome. The second phase of the demigod mission requires him to collect all 7 class cards. As of now, except for the archer class card, the other 6 are in Wu Yan's hands. However, Wu Yan is afraid that he won't be able to get the last one. Logically speaking, Xiao Hei was neither a relative nor a friend of his. They had nothing to do with each other at all. It was only today that Xiao Hei and Xiao Hei were able to talk and meet face to face. Furthermore, he even attempted to kill Ilya. He was such an unstable existence. He shouldn't have said something like, I can't do it. Unfortunately, when Wu Yan found out that the archer class card was in Blackie's body, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not to kill her to get the class card. Instead, he thought that he won't be able to get the class card anymore. She is just a little girl who is the same age as Ilya and Meiyu. Wu Yan can't kill her just to get something he needs. Moreover, Blackie's words, because I have nowhere to go and no money to buy food, Blackie thought she could hide her inner thoughts with a smile on her face when she said that. Unbeknownst to her, the sadness in her eyes were all captured by Wu Yan without leaving a single trace behind. Under these circumstances, why would Wu Yan kill Xiao Hei for the sake of getting the archer rank card? The answer of, I can't kill her, really expressed Wu Yan's inner thoughts. As for the archer rank card, it seems like I won't be able to get it anymore. The Demigod Path Quest. Wu Yan mumbled like he was sleep-talking with a gloomy look in his eyes. Do I have to give up? At this moment, the glass door of the balcony opened. A girl walked in from the balcony with a sad face while holding her phone. Damn it. It's still like this? Wu Yan, who is sitting on the sofa, turned around when he heard this voice. After confirming the identity of the person who came, he replied. After confirming her identity, he said, Ms. Rin, you seem to be troubled. Wow. Rin and Osaka didn't seem to notice that there was someone in the living room. She was shocked. When she saw Wu Yan sitting on the sofa, her green eyes widened and her cheeks reddened as she retreated a few steps back. He stuttered and shouted nervously. WH. Why are you here? That's an interesting question. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Rin blushing, shocked, retreating, and nervous. This is my home, is it strange that I'm here? This is your home? Rin and Osaka looked like he was overheated and couldn't think properly. He looked around blankly and then smiled embarrassedly. Yes, this is your home, I have something to do, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Rin and Osaka tried to run out of the door in a panic, but as soon as he turned around, he bumped into a familiar yet unfamiliar embrace. It looks like you don't want to see me. Wu Yan hugged Rin tightly as he tried to escape. He flashed a radiant smile. Can you tell me why? Realizing that he ran into Wu Yan's arms, Rin panicked and shut his eyes. He didn't even dare to look at Wu Yan as he struggled and screamed at the top of his lungs. Let go of me. You don't want to tell me? Wu Yan thought for a moment and smiled. Then, let me guess. Is it because a certain young lady hasn't recovered from last night's kiss? She couldn't help but feel shy and wanted to run away when she saw her first kiss? Rin and Osaka's body froze and her face turned a few degrees hotter. Her reaction confirmed Wu Yan's guess. I say, even if you've never been in a relationship, isn't this a little too innocent? Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. He tightened his grip on Rin and Osaka's waist and pulled her into his embrace. But, you're cute, who's in a relationship with you? Rin and Osaka opened her eyes and pressed her hands against Wu Yan's chest. She glared at him but her face was red and she didn't look dignified at all. I'm the head of the Osaka family, the candidate for chairman of the Chronometer Tower and one of the top magicians in the Magic Association. How could I run away from a kiss? Is that so? Wu Yan snickered. Just like last night, he grabbed her by the chin and lifted her face up to meet his gaze. His wine-red eyes were burning with passion. Then, do you want to do it again? Wah. Looking at Wu Yan's fiery red eyes that are so close to his face, Rin and Osaka's head started emitting steam with a bang. Don't be like this. After being defeated by Wu Yan, the prideful Miss Lin couldn't bring herself to be haughty anymore. She could only act coquettishly. Her jade-green eyes rippled like water as she pleaded in a very soft voice. Someone will see, you don't want to be intimate in the middle of the day, right? Wu Yan's lips are only 5 centimeters away from Rin's. He breathed out hot air and he said in a lustful manner. Then, can you answer a few questions for me? How could Rin Enbin say no? He quickly nodded his head vigorously. Tell me, where are Chuju and Mikoto? They went out to buy ingredients. Then what were you doing outside the balcony? Call, why did you call? To report the situation to the master, the second magister? Wu Yan inched closer and he continued in a gentle tone. Then, what did you report? Nothing. Rin and Osaka's eyes are already misty. His answer stunned Wu Yan. Huh? Wu Yan gasped. I only said that I haven't collected all the rank cards yet. I didn't say anything else. You didn't say anything? Wu Yan looked at Rin and Osaka's misty eyes in surprise. Including me, Ilya and Mayu, Dreams Summoning, and the other Ilya? Yes, why yes. Rin and Osaka hesitated. You didn't say anything, why is that? Wu Yan's passion turned into confusion. You didn't tell me about Ilya and Mayu because you dragged them down as ordinary people. You didn't tell me about the other Ilya because she's closely related to Ilya. You didn't tell me about the Dreams Summoning because you couldn't explain the source of the information. But why didn't you tell me about my situation? I'm really interfering with the Magic Association's work, right? Rin and Osaka didn't answer immediately. He hesitated. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and he closed the distance between their lips. Ryu Enbin was shocked and he yelled out as if he had given up. I'm afraid the Magic Association will cause trouble for you, so I'm trying to stall for time. Oh. Wu Yan stopped what he was doing and he continued with a half smile. So you're saying that you didn't report it because you were worried about me? That's right. That's it. Rin and Osaka closed his eyes and said with tears in his eyes. I've told you the truth, let me go. Ugh. Halfway through, Rin and Osaka's eyes suddenly widened. I underestimated the shamelessness of a certain wolf. Rin and Osaka can only be bullied, ugh. Ugh. In the hall, the helpless whimpers of the young girl and the tsk sounds of her lips and tongues intertwining could be heard endlessly. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.